A very warm welcome to the second day of the 19th International and 55th Annual Conference of ELTAI on the theme Lessons Taught, Lessons Learned, Teacher and Learner Narratives, organized by the English Language Teachers Association of India and hosted by the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ deemed to be University, Bengaluru, and supported by Burlington English. We are hoping that you're having insightful experiences and continue to do so. Today, we build on that energy with yet another rich lineup of discussions, workshops, and reflections that take us deeper into the evolving intersections of language, learning, and education. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the sponsors and supporters of this year's ELTAI conference, including Burlington English, The Hindu, Oxford University Press, Rello, British Council, Viva Books, Peter Lang Book Series, Journal of English Language Teaching, Journal of Teaching and Research in English Literature, the Japan Association of Language Teachers, the Bangladesh English Language Teachers Association, and the Nepal English Language Teachers Association. To begin our proceedings this morning, we have a symposium that promises to spark thoughtful dialogue and new perspectives on the educational shifts shaping India today. The symposium is titled Language, Learning and Legalization, Navigating the Shifts in India's Educational Landscape.
As education in India continues to evolve through policy changes, technological disruptions, and pedagogical reimaginings, this symposium invites us to think critically about how language, learning, and institutional frameworks intersect, and how educators, administrators, and policymakers navigate these transformations. On this note, I invite Dr. John Joseph Kennedy to the stage. I also invite the speakers to join the moderator on the stage. Joining Sir on the stage, we have Dr. Srinivas SV, Dr. Greta D'Souza, Dr. Anil Joseph Pinto, Ms. Sheila Chako, and Ms. Nalini Punappa. Dr. John Joseph Kennedy served as the Dean of Arts and Humanities since 1990 and has made enduring contributions to language, literature, post-colonial studies, Indian literatures, cultural studies, and literary theory. He has published extensively supervised doctoral research and led major projects, including examining the representations of tradition in modernity. A recipient of multiple international fellowships, Dr. John Joseph Kennedy is recognized globally as a scholarship leader and a leader in higher education. Dr. Srinivas SV, Professor, School of Arts and Sciences, Azim Premji University, Bengaluru, whose research explores the intersections of cinema, popular culture, and politics in India. He is the author of Megastar, Chiranjeevi and Telugu Cinema and Politics as Performance, and continues to expand critical perspectives on Indian media and culture. Dr. Greta D'Souza, Associate Professor and Head School of Education, Christ University, Bengaluru, is a researcher and a professor whose research spans teacher professional development, language assessment, and multicultural competence, integrating language, pedagogy with educational well-being and equity. Ms. Sheila Chako, head of school, Cochin International School, and mentor to the TRINS group of institutions who brings over 2 decades of experience in curriculum design, educational leadership, and quality assurance, shaping progressive school education models. Ms. Nalini Punappa is an academic head with Vidyashilp Schools who has dedicated nearly 4 decades of education from teaching in Delhi to Lagos to leading Vidya Niketan and Vidyashilp schools. Her work continues to influence how institutions envision meaningful, innovative learning environments for students and teachers alike. Together, this distinguished panel will engage with the complex intersections of policy, pedagogy, and practice, offering diverse lenses through which to understand the rapidly changing educational landscape in India. I hand over the session to the moderator.
A very good morning to all of you, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you to this symposium on language, learning, and legalization, navigating the shifts in India's educational landscape. Well, as academics, we all know that education in India today stands at a fascinating crossroads. Now, why do I say that? And perhaps one of the most transformative moments since independence, I dare say that. Now, we are witnessing decisive shifts, at least in 3 vital spheres: language policy, digital learning, and legal frameworks. And each of them is reshaping how we teach, how we learn, and how we govern education. The National Education Policy 2020, for instance, has sparked a lot of discussion and conversations, both regionally and nationally, around multilingual education. It challenges us to rethink not only what we teach and how we teach, but just as importantly, which language we use to teach. And therefore, for the first time in decades, the question of language, which is so deeply tied to our identity, access, and aspiration, has returned to the center of India's educational discourse. So a lot of questions we need to ask. Should early learning be in the mother tongue? What happens when English becomes both a bridge and a barrier? Is English in India still a foreign language, or has it been Indianized beyond recognition? And could there come a time when English speakers in India feel self-conscious about the very language they speak, even as it becomes more rooted in Indian life? If you remember, some of our political leaders recently said that English speakers will soon be ashamed of the language. Well, these are not just linguistic questions. They're questions about inclusion, identity, and equality. Because language is not merely a medium of instruction. It is a very medium through which we learn to see ourselves and the world around us. Alongside, the surge of digital learning platforms has opened a world of new opportunities, while also introducing new regulatory challenges. Digital education has expanded access as never before, yet it has also exposed gaps in equity, quality, and digital literacy. Ensuring inclusive access and strong legal safeguards for learners in virtual spaces is now an essential part of the conversation. Meanwhile, the legal and regulatory frameworks that govern education are also evolving rapidly. Institutions today are navigating new paradigms of autonomy and accountability, accreditation and assessment, recognition and regulation. From the University Grants Commission to state higher education councils, the language of policy increasingly intersects with the grammar of law, sometimes harmoniously, sometimes very contentiously. And that brings us to the heart of today's theme. When policy, pedagogy, and power intersect, what kind of educational future are we really building? Because behind every reform, remember, every legal clause, remember, and every policy that is giving us directions, remember, lie deeper questions, questions about the purpose of education itself. So is education merely about employment or employability, or also about enlightenment? Is it a system of conformity or a journey toward critical freedom? Can we build institutions that are both legally sound and humanly meaningful? In India, language and law have mostly been instruments of inclusion, but at times exclusion. For instance, the way we define medium of instruction can open or close doors of opportunity. The way we frame rules of governance can either empower teachers and learners or entangle them in bureaucracy. So, this symposium is a very important occasion for us to reflect, to ask questions. So as we navigate this changing landscape, we must ask ourselves, how can our policies respect linguistic diversity while promoting national coherence? How can our legal framework strengthen institutions without stifling the imagination? And how can we ensure that learning remains not just a process of acquiring skills, but a way of becoming more fully human? So this symposium, in other words, is an invitation for all of us to reflect, to question, and to reimagine. We are here not only to examine the shifts, but to understand their meaning for our classrooms, for our institutions, and for our collective future. So as we begin, let us remember that education is not a closed system of rules and syllabi. It is a living ecosystem, one in which language breathes life into learning, law gives structure to vision, and learning itself becomes a path to freedom. So, welcoming once again all of you, let us begin our conversation. We have with us four distinguished speakers who bring diverse expertise in education, policy, and institutional leadership. So this is how the structure goes. Each of them will present their views for about 5 minutes each, and after which we will have an interaction. I will interact with the presenters, seeking clarification, drawing from what they have said, if there's something more to be added upon, and so on. And then the floor will be open to the audience for questions, and that's for about 10 minutes. And then I will sum it up for about 5 minutes. So totally we're looking at about an hour or so. So welcoming my panel here, all the panelists, distinguished speakers. Of course, you're given 5 minutes, and I must tell you that I'm going to very gently keep the time as well, all right? Okay, so with that, we will begin. So our first speaker for today is Professor S.V. Srinivas.
Thank you, Professor Kennedy. Thank you, organizers, for having me here, and thank you, Professor Kennedy, for framing the symposium so wonderfully. I'm going to start with, I'm going to stay with literature teaching and what I consider to be the most important part of literature teaching. Um, and the reason why I'm staying with literature is because we are perhaps the largest population in the world which continues to teach English language through literature. We have ELT, we have Vita and other private language teaching institutions, but we still have a situation in which students come to the English classroom, a large number of them come to the English classroom to acquire mastery over the language, not necessarily because they've already fallen in love with the literature. Okay, so given that, what I say will be limited to teaching literature and how we're teaching literature and why we may need to go back to the basics in terms of what we teach and how we teach. As Professor Kennedy said, the regulatory environment has changed. And I want to draw attention to two very, very positive developments that have happened in the recent past. One is the concerted effort that different governments have well over a decade now made to scale up tertiary education. Right? Now, there's a significant focus now on increasing the number of students enrolled in tertiary education, and we've seen a slew of measures in that direction. That includes, for example, opening up a number of courses and even entire programs through the online mode, and you have Swayam, which is a free-to-access platform, which also offers credits and certification. It's a very major development, and we have tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of students enrolling in Swayam courses. And it's all absolutely free, and there's very good quality of material out there. Now, that is definitely a good thing. Now, the second thing that's happened is that access to online resources has grown substantially over the last 10 years, right? Among other things that's happened is that a good number of students who are coming into the classroom, it's echoing, yeah. Yeah. A good number of students who come into the English classroom or any classroom have access to a personal device, and they are able to access resources which at one point of time were not available to such large numbers. The downside of the latter is that it has brought home on a much magnified scale an old English problem, an old, shall we say, tertiary education problem, which is that we rely a lot on guidebooks. From my generation onwards, and I went to college in the 1980s, you could pass most of your exams without reading a single original text. Okay? You had a very good market for guidebooks, and you could read them and pass. So what's happened now is that instead of buying and reading a guidebook, you can go to an online resource and pass your exams. So it's an old problem. It's not a new problem. We can't attribute it to technology. So all of this brings us to a question which Professor Kennedy raised, which is, this, on the one hand, the question of access. Do we have access, or do our students, does our population have access to education, higher education in particular? And second, what is the quality of that access? And today, even as we speak, what we notice is that our students are enrolled in both online and offline courses simultaneously. The students sitting in our class are already, enrolled in maybe a management course, maybe a coding course, maybe a course of another kind which we are not offering in college, or which they feel is essential for getting on in life. So you have multiple enrollments happening simultaneously, partly because the ecosystem permits it, the regulatory system permits it. It's going to be now possible for students to enroll in two completely different undergraduate programs at the same time. Okay, this was something that was explicitly banned in India till quite recently. You could not enroll in two different undergrad programs, for example, or two different master's programs. It was just not allowed. And universities used to make sure by keeping your certificates with them. Right? Now that's changing completely. So what we have here, therefore, is a situation in which every question that you set for a student can be answered by ChatGPT. I'm not saying it does it well, but it can be answered. So the whole process of examination, especially when it's online and when it's take home, has become a big joke. The second thing is that any reading that students require to do is again increasingly mediated by entities and technologies which have nothing to do with classroom teaching, right? In the old days, you walked into a class, you discussed something, and you were the primary mediator between that material and the student. Now you are no longer that, like it or not. And it is entirely possible that, people are attending classes only because students are attending it only because, there is an attendance requirement. So all of these are known problems, known issues, right? And I'm going to step back from the student end of it to asking ourselves, to asking us to ask ourselves, how have we been going about what I consider to be the most important part of our job, which is teaching how to read. Now, teaching how to read may seem simple, but I obviously have in mind close reading. I have in mind reading carefully, reading like a literature student. And this is absolutely essential because students are learning to read in our classrooms, or should be learning to read in our classrooms, A, to acquire the language, even if they are not going to have anything to do with literature in future. B, they are acquiring it as a competence which helps them do other things in life. Right? If you think of the kind of mass migration of English students into cultural studies and film studies and so on, what is it that they've taken with them? Presumably, they've taken the ability to read text. And let me now say something which might be seen as controversial. I don't think we're doing this job well. I don't think we're teaching reading carefully, reading closely well. Why do I say this? Partly because some of us have gone through colleges and universities reading guidebooks rather than original text. It's a confession, okay? I'm not saying it applies to anybody else in this classroom, but I went on to become a teacher, and if I can tell my student, if I tell my student, don't read secondary material without reading the text, I'm obviously not remembering what I've done in my own past. The second thing that we've not done is that we have overloaded pedagogy, we've overloaded syllabi as well as classroom interaction with a lot of frameworks, with a lot of concepts and theories which are not necessarily dependent on building on the ability to read carefully. So you can have a number of discussions today on, I also happen to look at PhD theses every once in a while, or get papers for review. And let me assure you, across film studies, cultural studies, and literature, one thing is continuously happening, which is instead of analysis, we have a plot summary, all right? So we have a plot summary followed by either an ideological or a theoretical analysis of something. We don't really have a reading competence that is demonstrable in everything that we do. Now, how do we, rather late in life, unlearn this? And how do we then make the classroom a place where reading carefully, reading closely becomes the one thing that all of us agree that we will concentrate on? And I think tried to, given the time, I've tried to go over the reasons why. We can't say students are coming here only to learn the language. Even so, historically speaking, the primary mode of immersion in English in India has been the English classroom, has been the text. Okay. Of course, today they have Netflix, students have all kinds of other ways of immersing themselves in language, but this has been a key area of immersion, key site for immersion in the language. So language learning and reading is obviously related.
Yeah.
One second. And secondly, this is what there should be our primary competence, our ability to read. So I'll stop here, and maybe during discussion we can think of pedagogy and assessment strategies which focus primarily on reading and not other things. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Srinivas. Now, our next speaker is Professor Greta. Head of the Department, School of Education, Christ University.
Thank you. Language, learning, legalization, navigating the shifts in India's educational landscape. I would like to present this from the perspective of teacher education. The intersecting dynamics of language driven by policy, learning driven by technology, and legalization driven by globalization are defining the way teachers need to teach and enable learners to learn. The way I would like to look at it is from teacher education. These shifts are foundational. And in this reference of the points that I would like to present, I would want to make a reference to the National Education Policy 2020. Teacher education should prepare pre-service as well as in-service teachers to be linguistically aware, pedagogically adaptive, and professionally very, very accountable. I would like to place before you 3 points under each of these. Is language only a medium of instruction, or are we as teachers taking language to make meaningful engagement in the classrooms? Today, language stands as a vehicle of identity, inclusion, as well as equity. Now, what the NEP recommends is that the use of mother tongue or regional language as a medium of instruction till grade 5 is to help bridge the gap between home and school. But my question is, this shift has major implications. Does teacher education, or should teacher education include multilingual pedagogies to facilitate learning in the classroom? Do we have committed, dedicated teachers? Should teacher education create a mindset for the pre-service teachers to consider language as a cultural resource, not as an obstacle? And it also brings into consideration a demand for multilingual digital resources. Teachers need to be trained to adapt, to create, as well as to be able to facilitate linguistic as well as technological competence. Going to the second element of learning, are we only looking at transition, or does this transition bring in transformation? In our learning ecosystems, we are trying to see if we can bring in a shift from rote memorization to competency-based education, experiential learning, or are we basing it on inquiry-based models? So the National Curriculum Framework of 2023 emphasizes that education must nurture critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. Now, in this context, should teacher education develop teachers to be reflective practitioners? Can we integrate experiential learning? Is there a need for classroom action research? Could we bring in blended learning experiences, which includes both face-to-face as well as online learning? Can we look into formative assessments as core pedagogical tools? Because today when we look at teacher education, we look at the teacher of tomorrow who must not only be a facilitator, but also a designer and co-creator of learning. As I move into legalization, I would like to bring in professionalism, policy, and accountability. Here I would like to look at what the National Council for Teacher Education has initiated, the National Professional Standards for Teachers, the NPST, as well as the National Mission for Mentoring, NMM. It aims to measure the teacher quality through this competency standards, and they try to implement it through continuous professional development, that is the CPD. They're also trying to initiate it with teacher licensing in order to ensure quality and accountability across states, across India. Now, should teacher education bring in or integrate the element of educational law, child rights? The most important question is professional ethics into the curriculum. Because when we talk about it, we bring in the RTE of 2009, the Right to Persons with Disabilities Act of 2016. What are its implications with regards to inclusion as well as equitable practice? And when we talk about the digitalization of classrooms, should teacher education address ethical use of technology? What about data privacy? and above all, the challenge with regard to online conduct, not just of students, but also teachers. So at the crossroads of this shift, I would like to see teacher education or a teacher from teacher education to be a teacher in the Indian classroom who would be a reflective practitioner backed by research, to be a multilingual professional. Therefore, teacher education institutions must serve as ecosystems of professional formation where we blend theory, practice, and policy very, very meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Greta. I invite Ms. Nalini Ponnappa, academic head from Vidyashilp School, to make her presentation.
Thank you for having me here. A lot of points have been discussed on this topic this morning in the symposium. I just add on a couple. We are a very diverse nation, and I think we're very proud to be a nation with so many cultures, so many languages, so many people, and so acceptable, so tolerant, and so respectful. So this shows the nation's commitment towards holistic education for all, being so diverse. So we have the school, the formal education, schools and colleges and universities. We have the courses that are developing skills. We have vocational courses into training. We have online education. So the trend today is, as already mentioned, digitalization of education, STEM education, changing the whole landscape of the teaching learning program through very innovative approaches and collaborating globally. But there are many challenges. We have diverse society. We have our education across demography. We have our children growing up in rural, semi-rural, semi-urban, and urban demography. Do we have one glove that fits all? Not as yet. Will we get there? It's a big question. But there are other challenges: teacher education, finance for developing quality teachers, examination systems. Is it relevant in today's times? Children under pressure, high levels of competition. Do we have a curriculum that is very progressive, or do we need to redesign our curriculum? So with all these going forward, we do not lose hope. The NAP 2020 has brought in some very good reforms in integrating technology in learning so that learning can be provided at all levels, into all classrooms, right up to our rural areas. There are a lot of skill building courses, and also the whole system of jobs is now going on to students who are able to set up their own industries. So going forward, we need to create a platform where the students will be able to develop critical thinking, cognitive flexibility, which is very important, and we create a platform where the children will develop all the 21st century skills. So going forward in our changing landscape of multilingualism, which is what the 2020 NEP is focusing on, it is to create a very holistic system of learning with the 3-language formula. Once again, that's much to be debated. But there has been a study that says that children who learn in their mother tongue are able to develop their critical thinking and cognitive flexibility, and they're able to be more innovative. This is a study. It's yet to be looked into more deeply. But that sounds very promising because we have children across various demography. So going forward, we certainly need to develop a lot of investments in our infrastructure, teacher development programs. As of today, that is quite a neglected area in the country. We are growing teachers by the masses, and quality is not given much importance, and this is very, very crucial. And of course, we have to make learning very student-centered, research-based learning, independent learners. We have tried out in our schools at the level of grade 3 and grade 4, where children do very short research by giving them a research paper, very, very simple research paper. Children are very capable. They know exactly which points are relevant and which points are not relevant. And this is the trend in changing in the whole landscape. And we hope that NEP 2020 will, though it sounds challenging, will be also promising for the future of our Indian education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks for keeping the time. All right, so we have our last speaker, Ms. Sheila Chaku from Cochin International School. So I invite her to make the presentation.
So, hello everyone. Lot is spoken about educational landscape. Now, I will set my premise from school point of view. Language was always important. Only today it has become a reform. I never studied, my education was never in English. I did my basic education in Bengali, in Hindi, and today I'm as comfortable as in English too. So language was always a medium of, most important medium of education. And when you see countries, China, Russia, Germany, Japan, they have built their core competencies because they adopted their mother tongue for all walks of life, including education, research, and development, and still today they are there. New education policy is very promising. And the challenge is how educators, policy makers, educational institutions implement it. So I will talk from that perspective because I am heading a school and I'm looking at implementation of the reforms because it is not a law. Okay, reforms have to be implemented to see the result. We need to understand this education policy. What are the forces which actually design this policy? And that is what my fellow speakers put forth. So few points I have put here. Changing demography, student need. Definitely we have to prepare children for the market. Global recognition. It also includes local context. It also includes pathways and progression for a child, It also includes how they adopt green sustainability and digital pathways for learning. So there are many forces which actually is used to frame this policy. Now from the school perspective, what I feel is there is a beautiful continuum. You have 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So foundational stage focuses on literacy and numeracy. Reading, writing, and basic mathematical operations. Next stage focuses a higher order operations, a higher order reading, writing, through inclusion of subjects. See, we shouldn't forget, if I'm learning mathematics, I'm also learning a language. If I'm learning chemistry, I'm also learning a language, because word defines knowledge. When it goes to the next level, now what is beautiful here is in middle stage program of school, there is an inclusion of vocational education in new education policy. Now, I don't know how many of you have come from school here. How many of us have taken this as a step in our school? At what point we are going to include vocational programs? It's clearly mentioned, middle stage of schooling is where we introduce vocational programs. And then we move up to multidisciplinary learning and assessments which are of different facets, which includes portfolios, and it actually gives a progression for university learning. So for me, a school education is a continuum for university education. Unless and until the higher education is in collaboration with school education, this continuum which is expressed in national education policy cannot be established. Flexibility in higher education depends upon how flexible we are in school education, which is clearly defined in the +4 stage of school education. You have to give flexible options to students for subject selection. There has to be a balanced curriculum. There has to be no silos in subject combination. No, my child can choose a physics with sports science. This is what new education policy asks for. No? So what is crucial? What is my challenge, or what is the challenge is adaptive pedagogy. We are still with the old system of pedagogy. Now your pedagogies have to be changed for the assessments which are demanding in the national education policy. Second thing is, what do we understand about flexibility? Can child exit grade 7 and come back after 3 months in grade 7? Are we allowing that flexibility? Or can the child change the subjects after grade 8? Are we allowing that flexibility? Are we ready for that? Is the school ready for that? So these are the questions when it comes to school education, which is a clear transition to university education. And if these gaps are there, then whatever we discussed, or whatever challenges or whatever hopes we are all seeing in future landscape of this country, I think it has its own reservations, or I have to say, own roadblocks. You know, today I was just talking to university professors in Kerala about, and they are coming to schools to, trying to understand what the school is doing regarding research-based skills. So research-based skill, as one of my speakers mentioned, is a new thread in the approaches to teaching and learning in school education. Are we consciously adapting our pedagogy for that? So these are few of my understanding. If we have to actually see its implementation and making us, our country, a global competitor in terms of school education, I feel first step should be teacher education, and there has to be a differentiation in curriculum for teacher education. Second is the assessments, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Competency-based assessment. Third is its continuum, foundational stage to career. Continuum has to be established in educational landscape. And the fourth is flexibility. And we term that, that concept of teaching as heutagogy. We started with pedagogy, we continued with andragogy, and now we need to think in terms of heutagogy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So thank you to all the panelists. I mean, you've brought out the richness and the complexity of India's educational landscape. Well, the organizers are saying that I need to wind up by 11:30. It's already 11:30. Is that so? Because we started late. I'm not sure because we need to have some discussion at least, right? So, sir, can we go ahead? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So thank you to all my colleagues here. Very interesting presentations. Maybe, you know, one common question to all of you to begin with. See, we have three important strands here for today's discussion, for this symposium, right? We have language, we have learning, and legalization. And all these three capture very strong, you know, currents which are shaping our education today. So in your own contexts, in your school contexts, in your university contexts, now, which of these three you think is the most significant aspect in terms of transformation of your institution? Which of these currents is playing a very important role, whether it is language, learning, or legalization? What is the most transforming thing in your institutions? Can you start?
Yeah, I would like to say
very briefly, okay? Yeah.
Most important is language learning, because language forms the thread for other forms of learning. So it takes care of cognitive learning, metacognitive learning, effective learning.
You talked about implementation.
Yes.
Are you able to implement that? It's
Yes.
not just in the philosophy.
Yes. So in our school, we have assigned reading classes. So when we give an assignment or a workload to especially to a language teacher, they have to clearly indicate how many reading and writing hours are as part of language classes. Okay. So this is very important. Second is with subject, what we have introduced is whenever you are teaching a subject or a concept, is there a reading as a precursor? So reading as a precursor in every class takes care of academic language learning. So, and the third, what interestingly many of our teachers brought in is any concept, if you are teaching in any subject, to what extent it is connected to the local context, local language. So these are a few things which we have implemented in our school in terms of language.
Thank you. Ma'am, you know, I would like to ask you particularly, specifically this question to Ms. Nalini Ponnappa. See, we talked so much about multilingualism, right? I think almost all of you, you know, mentioned that. Now, in schools, how are you managing, you know, the balance between home language, regional language, and English, right? Is it really easy for you to implement? What are the challenges that you face? Could you please briefly tell us? And also, importantly, are teachers, students, and parents aligned to this vision?
So we follow the ICSE system, the CISE board, and English is the language for the medium of instruction. But we do have languages that the children have to take other than English. So they have to take 2 other languages. They have the freedom, they have to do the local language belonging to the state, and all the children learn the local language, which is very important. They have to learn their listening skill, their speaking, reading skills is very important. They may not reach the writing skill because they come from being a very diverse and so many children, transferable children coming into the state, but certainly learning of the local language is very important. Besides that, they are allowed to choose another language. It could be a local Indian language, or it could be a foreign language.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you. So coming to Professor Greta, now you spoke about teacher education. Maybe at the university level, I mean, the question that comes to my mind immediately is, I mean, how do you use the language? Is the language, because you also raised that point, I think, you know, is it an enabler
Yes.
All right? Or is it something that is regressive or restricting, right? Now, in your own institutions, because I think we will have to also talk about not at the philosophical level, right? I mean, I'm looking at how easy it is for us to implement, So we can begin with that, and also maybe you can talk about the multilingual, classroom that you may have here, or is it easy for you to do that, if at all you're doing?
Yes. When I was preparing for this, I realized it has been a moment of reflection to look at whether teacher education must rise to this challenge. It is a challenge, and we need to empower teachers. And if we have to empower teachers, we need to also make them culturally responsive, because they need to accept diversity, linguistic diversity. And another part would be in terms of encouraging innovation, in terms of curriculum design, in terms of assessments, also in terms of inclusivity and technology integration.
No, are you able to implement all of these things?
We are making an attempt,
Okay.
but the shift is definitely going to be a challenging one. So that's how I started, sir. It is challenging because teacher education itself has to create that motivation and interest among the pre-service teachers.
Yeah, because I remember you also mentioned, that in the syllabi you must have professional ethics, law, child rights, and all of these things, included, right? I mean, are you suggesting, recommending, or is it easy for institutions to also implement? And do you know of institutions that have included all of these?
So we've realized that it's not easy to be a teacher. It's quite demanding. And therefore, there is a need to equip our teachers, especially our in-service teachers, because most teachers do not want to continue to be a teacher. And if we are preparing our pre-service teachers, then we need to help them to be legally literate. And therefore, there is a need to understand educational law, rights, responsibility, as well as professional accountability. And therefore, this year on, we have brought in educational law as a course in teacher education.
All right, okay.
Kennedy sir, I have to make one submission. For us, though we are our international,
Curriculum.
It's an international curriculum, from grade 3 to grade 8, we have the state language policy to be implemented.
Okay.
So, whether you are taking an international curriculum in your school, but we should show a timetable where a mother tongue is taught from 3 to 8 with state curriculum framework. So in that case, that aspect of mother tongue and language is taken care.
All right, good. Professor Srinivas, now if I may ask you this question, because a lot of them also spoke about research, right? They wanted to, in fact, from school level, you said, you've introduced research paper and so on. And you are a very good researcher, I know personally, and therefore, what is your take on this? Now, is it a good thing for schools to introduce, and what kind of research, would they be looking at? From your, point of view, any suggestion or recommendation for schools?
See, school research tends to be basically parents' research. So I would be wary about calling it something. Children can be asked to go to the library, find out something related to a topic and so on.
Okay.
But the projects are really overrated, and it's a lot of work for parents and zero learning for students.
All right. Okay. Well, that's something for all of us to, reflect on. Another question to you is, see, today we have, a lot of regulatory, mechanisms and agencies coming up with, rules all the time. On the one hand, we talk about flexibility, freedom, critical thinking, and on the other hand, there are lots of these restrictions imposed, by these agencies. Now, as a university, how do you think institutions must handle this? To what extent, or what do you think are the strategies that institutions should use in order to follow the regulations and at the same time not compromise on academic freedom?
I think, yes, it's a lot of work when, within a very short period, you're asked to generate report on this, that, and the other. I don't know how we can get around that, but I just want us to go back to a time when even now I was just talking to a younger participant, and he was talking about how the university imposes everything on the college, including what kind of questions the students are going to get. Everything is determined by a rather mediocre kind of university administration. Now, just consider this, you have a syllabus which has not changed for, say, 30 years. That's how my syllabus was when I was in college and university. Now, we can complain bitterly as teachers saying, oh, this is a horrible syllabus. But the fact is we are there to, we are there as teachers. We have to make the best we can. And I don't think, at the end of the day, regulations are not going to stop us from teaching in the classroom. If you don't lose sight of that, I think the university remains, the college remains an enjoyable place. If we see it as, I can't teach my syllabus, then there is a problem there, because you are never going to get to teach your syllabus. At some point, somebody else is going to take over that class and they want to teach it differently, or they've designed it and you have to teach it, and so on. So I don't know, especially with reference to syllabi,
Okay.
and curriculum and so on, I'm not entirely sure if we can blame somebody above us.
All right. Okay. I mean, this is something related to what you also said. You said, Sheila Chako, you said, school education should be a continuum, to university education. But then as English teachers, we all know the kind of challenges that we face in our English classrooms. Not many students are interested, and then they all come, as you said, for the sake of attendance. So how do you think, maybe one of you can answer this, how do you think we can make language teaching interesting and enriching? I mean, is there any specific kind of strategy or method that you follow?
Yes, though our school is handling international curriculum, we have been given the freedom to adopt national language policy. So, if suppose my child has to learn 2 different Indian languages, it will...
No, I'm talking in terms of pedagogy.
Pedagogy.
Yeah. I mean, how do you actually make English classes, language classes, interesting, so students come voluntarily?
Yeah.
I mean,
so we have 2 levels in school. We have English support language as one aspect of teaching, and English as an academic language as the second aspect of teaching. Okay. So English as support language, we have designed curriculum till grade 10. Okay. And English as academic language teaching, the design is from grade 8 to grade 12.
Okay.
So we have 2 levels of curriculum, and both the curriculum is we have taken it from the state curriculum.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, fine. Anyway, now since we're running out of time, I would like to ask the audience for a few questions, maybe 2 questions maximum, since we don't have time. Yes, Bidyut, the first one to go up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead, then Bidyut.
Yes, actually, I'm Dr. Rajshekhar, Associate Professor of English from BIT University, Chennai. Actually, I would like to respond to some of the questions which you have asked, which we are implementing in our university. First thing, with respect to NEP, the continuum of NEP, we have one important thing, we have implemented PhD program after 4-year UG, direct PhD program. After 4-year UG, they will be eligible to apply. And already we have implemented, we have started first batch of the student, number 1. Number 2, about the other important skills, what are the way the research-based language learning can be given? Our BTech students, because it's engineering predominantly, they have the research paper, research writing in the first semester itself. Even I too teach. They are asked to read the papers and everything, and every semester minimum 100 students, they'll publish papers in Scopus indexed journal, because we teach those processes in the beginning itself. One advantage what we have is we have a very creamy students. I don't have the very, what you call the mediocre student. I have a very creamy student. So whatever we teach, they're able to pick it up and they do that very well. The last one is about 4-year program about NEP. The student will be admitted in a 4-year UG program. He can exit the program with 1 year with a certificate course. He can exit after the 2 year with a diploma. He can exit with 3 year with a normal degree and 4 year with honors that we have implemented. And this is possible because we have a, a complete flexibility in our syllabus framing. Those who are in the system of autonomy, they can follow that. The last one is in VIT, the another important advantage, a teacher teaches the subject, he sets the question paper, he evaluates, no other people involved. Okay. It ensures that everything is done properly and the final output is also taken very well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that input. Yes, Bidyut, last question. Yes. Very briefly.
Yes, thank you for, the presentations. And I have this question because as a student in college and university, the teachers whose classes we love to attend never went through the teacher training program. Now, I don't know if this is quite blasphemous to ask a question in an ELTAI conference. It's somehow reminded of George Eliot. In one of the characters, if you put a drop of blood under the microscope, the character only saw semicolons, commas, and all the I would say punctuation marks. So the question arises here is that all the teachers that taught us, I can name some of them, Professor Dilip Naik, Professor A.V. Ashok, Professor Alok Balla, never went through a teacher training program. So mostly what happens is that when we attend the classes of teachers who have undergone training, somehow the classes appear so mechanical that we are there by a strange stroke of fate just because there is something called attendance.
All right.
So another question is really teacher training program cutting on any ice in the first place?
All right. Thank you, Badio. That's quite provocative. Yes, who wants to answer this? Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I think the teachers who were not so interesting should have attended teacher training programs.
All right. Anyway, you would like to teacher education?
Sir,
Quickly.
what I would like to tell you is it's always nice to bring in teacher education where there is pedagogical innovations which bring in a blend of traditional wisdom with maybe the approaches to teaching, approaches to learning, so that there will be better ways of assessments, and this would also help faculty to look at what are the ways in which we can look at leveraging diversity among the learners.
All right. Yes, Bidyut, from my side, teaching is a skill. It's an art, right? It's a complex art. That's what I very strongly believe in. And like any other art, I think it can be learned, right? If you spend some time, learning a few techniques, and I'm sure, with these techniques, you can really make your classes interesting. Not all are born teachers like you, right? Okay, so with that, let's conclude because we don't have time left. I'm sure, we have lots of other things to discuss, but then we need to conclude. So language, as we heard today from all our panelists, is not just a medium of instruction. It is a heartbeat of our educational imagination. And legalization, too, is not simply about compliance. It should reflect our collective vision of what education should stand for. So the real challenge for us today is to hold these together, to make law humane, policy purposeful, and learning truly liberating. So on that hopeful note, let me thank all my panelists here for being here today and giving your views with clarity and with, a lot of depth. And I must thank all the participants also for your attentive participation. So let's end this on this wonderful note that if today's discussion is any sign, now I think it's changing toward greater inclusion, creativity, and meaning. So let's hope for a better educational landscape in our country. So thanking all of you once again. Now, we would like to, the MC takes over. Thank you.
Thank you to all our distinguished speakers and the moderator for that enlightening discussion. Your reflections have added great depth to our understanding of how language, learning, and policy continually influence and reshape each other. We truly appreciate the time, thought, and insights you've shared with us this morning. I invite Dr. Bhavani S. onto the stage to present tokens of our appreciation to the moderator and the speakers. As the Dean of School of Humanities and Performing Arts, Christ Deemed to be University, Dr. Bhavani blends academic depth and administrative excellence in her vision and dedication. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for our speakers and chairpersons. Thank you again, speakers and the moderator. Please take your seats at the front.
You have a digital print available wherein you can access those resources on your mobile phones and on any device. We are learner-centric. We have learner-centric modules for upskilling and empowering students. We have extensive teacher support for competency building and saving their time, which means that all of our resources which are digitally available, the teachers and the faculties don't have to spend much time on creating a syllabus, creating a structure of a classroom. Everything, each and everything is present and embedded in the system itself. We have multi-modal resources to suit all learning styles. AI-powered speech trainer, which means we have a strong pronunciation trainer, which is a digital pronunciation trainer, which actually trains you on phonetics. All your phoneme level errors being identified there, and you can learn and practice as many words as you can there with the help of AI. Adaptive assessment, so we have our own assessment platform which is tailored to the learner's needs. It's completely based on 10-point CFR scale, and it is adaptive too. Resources available anytime, anywhere, and on any device. Job-specific activities for effective communication at work, and state-of-the-art technology enhances learning. One thing which I've missed here, and I would like to put an emphasis upon, that our system supports multilingualism, which means the students here can learn communication skills, English language proficiency. They can improve their English language proficiency with having a support in 11 different Indian languages. And that makes us very unique here. Apart from this, what all our products and services are. So we have teacher training, we have language resources, we have assessment solutions by the name of Burlington V-Test. We have student learning resources, which are digital as well as available in print too. Career building trainings, academic soft skills trainings, corporate trainings, as well as the test preparation, which is IELTS and OET. Next slide, please. So now what all we have in schools? We have placed our booth outside the auditorium. I'll request that each one of you should go there and have a hands-on experience on our products there. So we have a lot of books being placed there. Just go and see that how they look like and have that experience that what all we are covering in school. So in schools, we have the assessment platforms, which are digital assessment platform, both for students as well as for teachers. We have curriculum-related books, which are from grade 3 to grade 8, empowering 21st century skills. We have teacher support and implementation, which means we conduct a lot of teacher development programs, continuous faculty development programs as well, some sort of add-on modules as well, which means whichever school we are present, the students get the digital platform for learning and for practicing pronunciation, vocabulary, and a lot of reading and listening exercises. So public speaking and confidence building webinars, seminars in schools, workshops in schools are conducted very, very regularly and very frequently to create that strong engagement in each and every educational institute. Please move. Now, when it comes to higher education, we have a plethora of products available. We have our own assessment platform, wherein we actually go for the diagnostic test with the students to understand their current language proficiency challenges. We identify their current CFR levels, and based on those CFR levels, we recommend the language learning courses to them, which means that we have language learning courses, which are digital courses. They are self-paced, multilingual. The students can learn on any device, so they are easily accessible over internet, and they are CEFR aligned, which means that student can start their journey from whichever level they are. We have specific corporate courses, which means for the students who are specifically into management and very soon going to start their corporate journeys, we have a specific domain-specific courses which are there for corporate people. So there they learn the corporate nuances, specific skills which are required when they are into a corporate culture. We have soft skills program as well, and everything is available digitally. and can be accessible on any device. It works very beautifully on your mobile phones and any device which has internet. Please move. Not only in higher education, we are present in a print form as well, and we do a lot of anthologies and co-publishing. We have co-published some of the books with Christ and Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala. Some of them are present here, and you can also see them on the booth as well. Please move. We are also working in skill sector, wherein we do a lot of skill development courses, and we are working along with the higher education institutes in providing all these skill-related education, wherein focus is communication skills. So we are a proud, we have our collaboration with IDP, which is a primary partner for IELTS here in India. We are associated with we are associated with OHE. So we have a lot of domain-specific courses as well, which means that in case you are a nurse and you aspire to become a nurse or a doctor or an engineer or a civil engineer or a financial analyst, we have specific language courses specifically related to career domain. So we have total 12 career categories with 18 career soft skills, 113 skills embedded, and 42 career word list, which means you get to learn language proficiency by using that specific domain word list. So these are certain awards which we have got in 2024 and 25, which is Education Excellence Awards, as well as exemplary work in children's publication for foundational years. Please move. These are some of key partnerships and collaborations. We have collaborated with IDP, OHE, TNAI, which is Trained Nurses Association of India, Uttarakhand Skill Development, NSDC, and Global Nursing Force. Some of the universities, MGU Christ, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Munjal University, Gurgaon, Modi Schools, Rajkot, GL Bajaj University in Noida. We are even working with a lot of corporates, and some of them are mentioned here, which in some of the names which are here are Lloyds Metal, Taj for hospitality, Associated Power for manufacturing units of batteries, Hexaware specifically for IT-related solutions. We are training their IT teams, development teams, and customer-facing teams which have the customer-facing roles. Genova Biopharma, so we have a specific course for biopharmaceutical auditors, wherein we are teaching the writing skills to them. Medavi Skills University, and some of key school partnerships which are mentioned here. Please move. Thank you so much for listening us, and happy learning. I welcome you all to our booth, which is just placed outside, to have a hands-on experience on our products and services. Thank you so much. See you soon there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your engaging presentation and for being a valued part of this event. Before we move on, participants, please take note that we are splitting into parallel sessions. The sessions here in the main auditorium will focus on higher education, while the parallel session on school education will take place in the KE auditorium at Block 4. An engaging plenary session titled The Pedagogy of Presence, Explicit Consideration of Pedagogical Choices in the English Classroom is happening at the KE auditorium starting from 12:15. We are also excited to announce our flagship event of the university, Daksh, and the flagship event of the University Student Council, and also Open Day. Please scan the QR code for more details about the event. Before we begin the next plenary session, I would like to announce Daksh, the flagship event of the University Student Council happening on 29th and 30th November 2025. It's an open day for the university. Please scan this QR code for more details. Let's move on into our first plenary session of the day, titled The State of Online Learning and Teaching Through the Lens of Teachers and Students. This session will explore online post-secondary language teaching through the lens of motivation and emotional engagement, drawing on self-determination theory, which focuses on autonomy, competence, and relatedness. We'll be reflecting on how these essential needs are challenged in virtual spaces and yet remain central to keeping both teachers and students motivated and connected. Our speaker will also share insights on the general state of the ESL profession, particularly for teachers working exclusively online, a theme that feels especially resonant in our post-pandemic educational landscape. It is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, Mr. Royce Robert Horak. I would like to invite him to the stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Royce Robert Horak, an English language fellow with the US State Department, currently teaching English and job preparedness skills at Cochin University of Science and Technology. With over 2 decades of international teaching experience across the United States, Switzerland, Morocco, India, and Ecuador, Mr. Horak has delivered both in-person and online training tailored to adult professionals. He holds a BS in Finance from the University of Central Florida, an MBA from Stetson University, and is at the all-but dissertation stage for a PhD in Organizational Behavior from Mississippi State University. Chairing this plenary session is Dr. Nalina Singh, head of the Amity School of Communication Enhancement and Transformation, Ascent, at Amity University, Lucknow. Please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Nalina Singh to the stage. With over 21 years of experience in English language instruction, Dr. Nalina Singh has been extensively trained by the US Department of State and the British Council. She has led multiple US-sponsored projects as principal investigator and has facilitated teacher training across India and Nepal. Her expertise spans TESOL, English for occupational purposes, and multimodal content-based instruction. Dr. Nalina Singh, over to you.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Greetings to all the distinguished delegates, scholars, colleagues from India and abroad. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this plenary session of the 19th International and 55th Annual ELTAI Conference on the theme Lessons Taught, Lessons Learned, Teacher and Learner Narratives. In the last few years, we've all lived through this grand experiment in teaching, which was shifting from the physical classrooms filled with faces to virtual screens filled with tiles. And one question that kept coming back to many of us was, how can we make our learners truly motivated and engaged in the online classroom? That question is at the heart of today's plenary. And if I may refer to the symposium we just participated in, one of the questions the moderator asked was, how do you make English classrooms learning engaging and interesting? That question was asked by Professor Dr. John Kennedy. And to answer that question, it is my privilege to call upon English Language Fellow of the US State Department, Mr. Royce Robert Horak, to address us all. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Royce.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Nice to see you all. I'm a US ESL fellow, excuse me, working in conjunction with Georgetown University and the US State Department. This is my first time in India. I've been here for about 3 months, and I'm working over at CUSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology, teaching job preparedness skills and English overall. I've been invited to this conference to speak, and frankly, this is my first time giving a presentation outside of the US, so I'm not quite sure what the normal protocol is at conferences here. I have a talk today about online engagement and motivation with students. Since COVID, I've been teaching online before this position with CUSAT and the US State Department. I had been teaching for about 5 years on multiple platforms, teaching online English, business English. So really, that's what this talk is going to be directed towards. I really don't teach K through 12 populations. And I do teach some university students, but most of these platforms that I work on or work with, there are no tests. Participation is voluntary. But I'm hoping this talk today, I wasn't quite sure what to expect. Normally in America, we have a lot of theory-driven presentations, so the first half of this talk is based in self-determination theory, which is a theory that I think fits quite well with, in terms of motivation for students in an online environment, and we'll talk about that. So I don't want to get too, as we say, into the weeds on the theory part, so we might, or I might skip a few of these slides. Really what I'm looking forward to is hearing your opinion on the state of online learning in India, beyond just K through 12 education. I really don't know too much about online education here in India. I've taught a few classes at CUSAT, but I just want you all to know that I'm coming from a more humanistic approach, and I'm going to share with you a few different small tips and tricks that I use to encourage motivation and engagement with my students. And they're not mind-blowing, but maybe some of these little tips and tricks you'll be able to think about, and perhaps after I speak, we can talk about adding on to these possible ideas and techniques that I have. I have a few notes here, so pardon me if I don't make eye contact immediately. Okay, so the general outline today, online learning and its challenges, we'll talk about that. I'll describe to you what self-determination theory is. We'll talk briefly about motivation, extrinsic and intrinsic. And as I said, hopefully we can talk a little bit about strategies to increase online engagement from students. And also, perhaps after this talk, if you see me in the hallway, I would love to speak to you about the state of online teaching as a profession in India as well. So, but that's beyond the scope of this talk. The self-determination theory and the facilitation of intrinsic motivation, social development, and well-being by Ryan and Deci, 2000. This is their seminal work. This was my theoretical foundation of looking at engagement and motivation from students. Pardon me if I read here. Self-determination is a quality of human functioning that involves the experience of choice. It is the capacity to choose and have those choices to be determinants of one's actions, okay? It focuses on 3 different constructs: autonomy, relatedness, and competence. And we'll take a look at that in a few minutes. These 3 needs can enhance our motivation, a student's well-being, and self-regulation in the classroom in an online setting. Okay, again, that's what we're focusing in on, online environments. And I think this theory, I think, fits very well with online learning, these 3 constructs, especially when we take a look. Sorry, this is not in order, but let's take a closer look at what these 3 constructs really mean. Autonomy is concerned with a sense of initiative and ownership, student ownership of one's actions, one's own learning, a sense of control over what they do online, okay? And it's undermined by external pressures like rewards and punishments, okay? Having control of your own learning is autonomy. Competence is the feeling of mastery, okay? A sense that you can succeed and grow. It's feeling confident about your skills. Finally, the last construct of self-determination theory is relatedness, a sense of belonging and connection with your fellow classmates. This is facilitated by conveyance of respect and caring in a classroom. So if you take a look at those 3 different constructs closely, you'll see that I think they're quite appropriate when we talk about the challenges of online learning. In terms of relatedness, meaningful social connections and immediacy with peers and instructors is limited. You know, most of my students, they don't know each other, and so they have classmates who are faceless and nameless if they're not using their camera, and they don't know each other. So as opposed to an in-person classroom, online lacks this relatedness. Autonomy, lots of independence online, okay? You can go and do your wash while you're in class and come back and you're still logged in. You have a lot of independence outside of the classroom with an online environment. However, it's not necessarily meaningful. Competence, meaningful feedback. When you're in the classroom face-to-face with the instructor, you get a different type of feedback than you would normally have in an online environment, okay? So these 3 things related to self-determination theory and engagement and student motivation, all of these three things I think are lacking a little bit in an online environment. So, you know, we're gonna be taking a closer look at the different things that we can do to increase the relatedness, the autonomy, and the competence. And you'll continue to see these words in red letters just to remind you that they're part of the theory. So again, the question is, how can we as instructors, online instructors, meet these 3 needs, or at least boost them to some degree than they are normally done now, in my opinion. Again, this first part of the presentation is quite theoretical, so we're gonna kind of go through them a little quicker. Ryan and Deci say that motivation produces, okay? We need to be concerned with motivation, obviously, and thus it's important for teachers in that they mobilize their students to act, to rile them up, to get them going, to get them excited, to get them, to buy in to their learning and not sit back passively, like I think I've heard a few of the instructors or the presenters here speak about, this kind of passive way the gentleman prior to me talked about job searching and, it's kind of a passive, hands-off way. We need to encourage more hands-on learning and more excitement and engagement within the student. There are two different types of, well, I shouldn't say two, there are many types of motivation, but I've kind of boiled it down to just intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation, you yourself buy into the behaviors or what's being asked of you, what you're doing in the classroom learning. It's endorsed by the student. They buy into their learning. It becomes part of their values, part of their core. It's assimilated into themselves, and they do it for pure joy. Just like I say, they're babies. When it starts with babies, they love to explore and touch little things, and they do it to satisfy themselves. They don't do it because a parent's there or they have to pass an exam. They're doing it for themselves. Extrinsic motivation is the opposite, where you've kind of got the carrot and the stick, and you're going to class because of mom and dad, or you're going to class because you need to get a certain grade. And to some extent, extrinsic motivation could be for students who are trying to improve their English in order to receive a job. This could also be a form of extrinsic motivation. Yeah, those are some examples there. Now, the key is whether it's intrinsic or extrinsic motivation, it must be integrated regulation, okay? These two things occurs when it's fully assimilated to the self, which means they have brought into congruence with one's values or needs. So when I talked about students going to class because their parents or they need a certain grade, this is extrinsic motivation, but it can be integrated into themselves and become part of their values if those three constructs I mentioned earlier are supported, okay? So integrating a motivation is not necessarily internal, but it could also be an extrinsic motivation, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So as I said here, it happens within people who have supports from their classroom, from their classmates, from their professors, their teachers, this feeling of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Dien, Chen, and Hubner said these three constructs lead to higher student satisfaction with student and higher well-being. Again, that's more of the theory. So why do we care? There are a few quotes that I picked up when I was researching for this presentation. Forgive me if I read them to you. Field studies have further shown that teachers who are autonomy supported, in contrast to controlling, catalyze in their students a greater intrinsic motivation, curiosity, and desire for challenge. Again, autonomy supported. That's one of the constructs from the self-determination theory. Next quote there. Students taught with a more controlling approach not only lose initiative, but learn less effectively, especially when learning requires conceptual and creative processing. I don't know much about the Indian education system, I'll be quite honest with you. I have observed a few classes at CUSAT, and without sounding provocative, sometimes I feel as though the instruction can be a little stiff, a little bit concerned with rote memorization and things like that. So, I think the Indian government, they passed the National Education Policy, which is trying to change that with a more student-centered approach, and I think that's the way to go. And what I'm going to talk about kind of backs that up. Finally, Ryan and Connell showed that the more students were externally regulated, the less they showed interest, value, and effort towards achievement, and the more they tended to disown responsibility for negative outcomes, blaming others such as the teacher. Again, externally regulated forces that are beyond their control are inflicting pressure on them to act a certain way. This is not good, okay? A few other different statistics, which I'm not going to read, but they are related to educational outcomes. The final one there, self-determination theory, has been found to be one of the most comprehensive and empirically supported theories of motivation available today. When we talk about education and how it applies, again, that word autonomously driven motivation does all those things, okay, within students. More engagement, better performance, lower dropout rate, et cetera, all right? And finally, There's not a lot of work done on motivation theories and online learning, to be quite honest. I really didn't find much. But Banna, Lynn, Stewart, and Fialkowski, 2015, found that student engagement is the key solution to learner isolation, dropout rates, retention, graduation rates in online learning, okay? To integrate these motivations, okay, it's facilitated by, again, this feeling of student choice, student volition. They're doing things on their own terms, and a freedom from excessive external controls, okay, towards behaving or thinking in a certain way. So we need autonomy, we need relatedness, we need a connectiveness to internalize external pressures of motivation. Again, as I mentioned, I just threw this slide in there, the NEP, a more student-centered learning in India, which, again, I think is the way to go going forward. So what can we do to improve engagement among students for online teachers? I should have asked, how many of you, by a raise of hands, teach online? Okay, like 15. Oh, okay, there's a few. All right, 20 maybe. That's good. Nice. Welcome. Maybe I'll see you all after the talk and we can talk about this. But what are some social conditions, some social situations, or some atmospheric effects that we can foster or encourage in the classroom, again, to build on this online learning environment and a sense of engagement? Excuse me one second. Again, here I said that there's one small caveat. Again, I wanted to emphasize that my students are online. They're mostly business professionals. They don't take tests. There are no, there's no degree that they're going to be receiving. So again, my students, the population that I work with might be quite different from yours, okay? But we're all talking about the same thing. Caveat number 2 is I'm not going to talk too much about AI, okay? I was watching a few AI videos on education and online learning a few weeks ago, and I was a little, I don't know, disturbed or startled. We're not going to get into that. As I spoke to you again, I believe teaching, the heart of teaching stems from being humanistic, being a human being, relating to your students, and genuinely caring about them, being curious about your students, and dare I say, being somewhat of a friend, okay, an English teaching friend. So AI, I'm not going to, real focus on. One of the expressions we have in English is, we throw spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. I'm going to give you a few various different tips. Some of them you may not think are very earth-shattering, but I think a few of them could be quite helpful for you online teachers and as well as you traditional teachers. Some of the behaviors that instructors who are more autonomy-focused did was that they listened more to their students, okay? They resisted giving answers to their students, okay? They brought more attention to the students' interest. Now, I teach online at one platform where a lot of my students are from the Middle East. I had one student who is from Palestine. And this was just last week. We were talking, our topic for the week was news and current events. And part of the vocabulary list that I had created for them included words like misinformation, propaganda, and fake news. And very gently, and I had known this student for a few weeks. We weren't super close, but I knew she was from Palestine. I said gently, I kind of encouraged her to speak a little bit about propaganda and misinformation that's going on in her situation with Palestine and Israel. And, she really appreciated me asking that. You do it in a respectful way, but she went on to tell the class, and the class has maybe 10 students. It's not a large class, but she told her story briefly. And she was able to actually, I was able to elicit the vocabulary from her story, like fake news and propaganda, words that she had not known. But just simply because I asked about her background, and I was curious. I listened to her. We all listened to her. She started using words like, propaganda. So it was really gratifying. So again, listen to your students. Be responsive to your students' questions. Again, going away from the controlling and dictatorial methods of classes, try to stay away from these words should and have to and must. And as I said, they're conveyed more understanding of students' perspective. Listen to where your students are from. Listen to what they do. I had another student from Saudi Arabia. He was a barber. That was his job. And he told me months ago about this, and it just kind of stuck into my head. I actually made a note about it, barber. And he also was training to become a bodybuilder. And I wrote bodybuilder. That's interesting. And then 2 weeks ago, our class topic was fitness and outdoor activities. And I just blurted out at the beginning of the class, I said, yes, we're going to talk about exercise and fitness. And I said, man, Sharif is really going to love this topic because he's trying to become a bodybuilder. And he loved it, and all the other students got a chuckle, and they started asking him about bodybuilding, and it just stimulated this nice pot, this gumbo or stew of speaking between the students, just because I had taken the time to make that note and be concerned, and curious about where my students come from, what they do. You want to make it personalized, especially in an online, environment. A few other things, they made more time for independent study work for students, giving students equal time to speak in class. I'll be quite frank with you, and again, not to sound provocative, but I teach at Kusat University, and I have 22, 21-year-old engineering and management students. And one thing that blows me away is how shy the students are in class. It's almost shocking. It's like pulling teeth to get some of the students to speak at times. And I think it's important to encourage these students to get involved with the conversation. I have certainly not mastered it yet. There's a lot of frustrating classes I've had. A lot of students are really hesitant to make mistakes and they're shy. And I think all of these things I've mentioned so far go to build a sense of welcomeness and that mistakes are okay and you're welcome to practice your English in the classroom. It hasn't fully worked yet, but we're getting there. Acknowledging student improvement, mastery, encouraging effort, and offering progress-enabled hints when students were stuck. Let's continue. I'm going to skip this slide. Where are we on time? Okay, 12:45. What do I have, till 1? Okay, 1 o'clock. Let's move on. Okay. So, Martin and Bollinger here said, engagement matters, student perceptions on the importance of engagement in the online learning environment. This was the paper that they had written, and it said that students' psychological investment in a teacher's effort, which is directed towards learning, understanding, and mastering the knowledge and skills and crafts that academic work is intended to promote. That's what we want. We want that student engagement. And they had talked about they kind of broke it down into 3 different categories related to autonomy, related to relatedness and connectedness, as we had talked about. I'm going to go through a few of these things that were mentioned here. The student content. This is a big, long list, and hopefully it won't bore you too much, but we're going to go through them, and some of them may be quite insightful for you. Number 1, students interacting with content in more than one format. It's easy as an online instructor just to get in front of the camera and speak. But I find that gamifying things, having little quizzes at the beginning of class, having polls during classes are quite stimulating for the student. Creating not just videos, but text messages, audio, so that they have these different sensory external effects that they can listen to and take in as part of learning, not just me lecturing in front of a camera. So try to diversify the way you interact with students. Obviously, we have synchronous web conferencing. research a topic of their choosing, present findings. You know, when you give them an assignment, don't just give them a list of references or areas where they can go to research a certain topic. I think there's a lot of, forgive me for saying, a certain tendency of hand-holding in classes here, where teachers, you know, kind of baby these students and show them the way, go here, go there. My students, as I said, are adults. They're all mostly above 20 years old. And you need to let them go. Let them get their hands dirty with the research. Let them discover. Let them search. Let them sweat a little bit, you know, and work for that assignment, for that whatever project you have them working on. You know, don't just give it to them. Don't feed it to them. So, and that bolsters a sense of autonomy in the part of the student. They feel like, wow, I'm in charge of my direction for this project. I'm just not being kind of led by the hand, you know, of where to go online or whatever to complete my certain project. You can create self-tests for students after every week, you know, so that they can check their understanding. Students work on realistic scenarios to apply context, using case studies, reports, research papers. My students are mostly business professionals. They love when I take material from the real world and put it into the class. It develops critical thinking skills. It makes them think about things from different perspectives. You know, going back to the Israeli-Palestine situation with the student, a lot of students there, they're all from the Middle East. They all have varying degrees of opinions about that situation, but they listen, they talk, they bounce ideas off each other back and forth based on real life scenarios, okay? Yeah, and also students have a chance to reflect on their elements. After every class, not every class, excuse me, after every term, usually around 6 months, I have a little questionnaire and I ask them, you know, how do you reflect on your learning? How has your speaking improved? How has your confidence improved? What did you think about working with your classmates in school? What did you learn from them? This self-reflection, I think, is quite important as well. And we've all done it when we get our degrees or certifications, or when I was in PhD school, you know, the professors were often asking me to reflect on what you learned, reflect on what you read. And even though it was a pain in the neck, it was good for me. It was good for them. It's good for students, okay? Now, that was student content, just material. The second thing they looked at was student instructor, the behavior, the habits between students and instructors. Some of these overlap a little bit. Number one, providing mini videos, screencasting. If you know how to do that, you can cast your screen so that the other students in the class can see what you're seeing. This increases teacher visibility. This increases the connectedness that we talked about earlier with the SDT theory. Posting grades in a timely manner. Rubrics. Having clearly stated kind of grading rubrics, so you are communicating to the student what you're expecting of them in a kind of somewhat objective manner, okay? I don't know if you use rubrics, but they're important. And posting those grades in a timely manner. Students don't want to wait, you know, 2 weeks for their results. Obviously refer to students by their names, nicknames. I sometimes give nicknames to my students, politely, respectfully. They enjoy it. Makes the class a little vibrant. Again, remembering students' backgrounds. Get to know your students, not just by name and as a student, but as on a larger humanistic level. Welcome student private questions. I always tell my students, we were doing job interview practice questions a few weeks ago. I said, hey, come to my office, okay? Come to my office. Ask me questions. We can practice online, or we can practice job interview questions together. Feel free, okay? I do the same thing with my online class. I don't know if I should or not, but I give them my email address and I encourage them, hey, you know, reach out to me. I'm there for you, okay? Also important, when I teach adults, some of them are older. Some of them are in their 40s, 50s. I have a few in their 60s. And they get very nervous being in an online environment. Post due date checklists so that they know This week, I have to do this. By that week, I have to do this. By the end of June, I have to finish this. These are really helpful, and it really lowers the stress, I think, of the students as well. Again, that is the kind of the connectivity and the relatedness between the student and instructor that it builds. Short videos with encouragement. I know we're all pressed for time, but you can always create a 10-second message for your students, send them a little video. I've done that a few times, and the feedback is, through the roof. We're going to skip a few. I've mentioned a few of these using polls, emoticons, using the whiteboard, using text, different ways to mix up synchronous classrooms, sessions. I should have probably done that for this lecture here, but I'm not taking my own advice. Anyways. Sitting up and showing you're engaged in classrooms. I mean, I think physical, non-verbal behavior is very important when you're teaching online. I'm always, curious, looking forward. I'm not sitting back, with my legs up or anything like that. I'm engaged. The students know that I'm listening to them. I lean forward, my ears are out. If I don't understand something, I do this, or I make remarks with my eyelids, or scratch my chin. It's almost kind of a performance at times, but it helps. It helps to know that they know you're listening to them. Avoid pinpointing mistakes on one student. I have breakout rooms where they pair up in groups and they go, this is on Zoom, they go to different breakout rooms, and I go from room to room to room and I pick up different mistakes. I hear mistakes, I write them down, and at the end of the breakout session, 10 minutes of conversating, I bring them back to the main room, and obviously you don't want to pinpoint, point somebody out. Oh, you made that mistake. I say something like, well, somebody said this repeatedly, or somebody said that, and I'll write it down on the PowerPoint slide and make the correction, the English correction. And sometimes the students were like, yeah, that's me, I did that, and others, they don't want to be shamed, so you don't want to, cast out a particular student. One other thing, developing closeness, acceptance, help, and fostering the development of trust relationship among students in collaborative learning environments. And I have here Obida. This is another example. I told you that most of my students are older. They're all over 20 years old, except for Obida. I don't know how he got into this class, but he's 12 years old, and he's from, I think, Iraq. And he's a very strong-headed kid, very smart, dedicated to English, but he's not the most descriptive person, when he speaks. It's a lot of yes and no answers, and I like dogs, and I don't like this. Stop. That's it. He doesn't say more. So you try to draw out the language from him. And when I do breakout rooms, I just don't pair up the students randomly. With him in particular being 12 years old, I have some students, women in the Middle East, who are in their 30s, 40s. I know that they have children his age, and they, just by listening carefully to how they speak, I know that these women to be, some of them to be quite motherly and very, soft and engaging and warm and welcoming. And so every time I have to pair up students together, I put Obida with more of a motherly figure, and the mothers do a great job at drawing out the language from him. I don't put him with, strong-armed businessmen or women that don't have children. I make the thought, I make the decision. That's something, as educators, we got to even think about. Just those little things, like, he's 12 years old. He doesn't want to be with a 60-year-old retiree. No offense to any of you that are out there. He wants to be, match them, make good matches. And that's the student-instructor, thought that goes behind the scene that I think a lot of teachers don't maybe think about. Developing a routine, we'll talk about that in a minute. Obviously, you guys know this. You want to organize your content logically, breaking it down in steps, in chunks, scaffolding, okay, and putting them on the path to success. That's important. There's scaffolding, okay, part 15, or tip number 15. Gradually giving them all the information or giving them what they need to succeed, and then you slowly pull away those supports where they become more of an independent learner, or learner by the end of class, more confident with less support from you, okay? Not so much the hand-holding, okay? One of my students said, "It's so encouraging to believe that the instructor is getting to know me as an individual and is willing to connect to me personally." So that was really nice. I get a lot of comments like that, you know, Royce really cares, as I'm sure all of you do. Finally, student to student. This is the relatedness issue we talked about with the self-determination theory, okay? Have asynchronous message boards and blogs where students, let them go free, let them talk, discuss in a polite, respectful way. Give them group tasks, part 2, okay? Give them different group tasks where they have to work collaboratively together online, okay? And maybe perhaps allow student peer review of classroom work, okay? I find that my students in my CUSAT classes, they enjoy this. They listen to presentations, and then afterwards I ask them, hey, you know, how could so-and-so, how could she have improved that, or how could he have done better? What did he do well? You know, things like that. And they do tend to enjoy it. Now, this is the last part of my long-winded presentation, creating this sense of normalcy that I mentioned. This is like, for one of my platforms, not my platforms, one of the institutions I work at, they have this slide every class. It's always share your name, where you're from, and whether, okay, today's about news and current events, whether you prefer reading or watching the news, okay? They answer very simple questions. I'm blah, 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 I'm from blah, 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 and I prefer reading the news. Those 3 simple sentences, answers, you know, they build confidence. And it also conveys and communicates to their classmates who they are, where they're from. Again, that connectiveness between the students. They may not be in a classroom looking eye to eye at each other, but they damn well know that Mohammed is from Palestine and he enjoys watching the news because he hates holding a newspaper. You know, they find this out. And so this sense of normalcy, every single class, we have a similar thing like this. I'm blah, 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 I'm from, and then there's a different question depending on the topic. I'm almost done. Are we okay? What's that? Another 2? Okay. As I said, setting them up for success. I give them a task at the beginning, not too hard. We don't want them to fail instantly. You want to give them that sense of being capable of doing something, answering, using their English, in just the simplest little ways to build that confidence at the beginning of class. As I said, the class here, I use a lot of scaffolding, so the first few questions about news and current events, you know, how do you get your news? What do you prefer? What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks? Now, if the students are high enough, I will proactively say to them, what's a synonym for benefits? What's a synonym for drawbacks? I don't just sit on top of that question, but I try to elicit them to give me more vocabulary, not just simply, well, benefits. And the students all chime in, advantages, pluses, pros. Yes, that's it, right there. And I'll type it up in the slide. And before you know it, everybody, they are using the word advantages like later at the end of class. And that's, you know, really heartwarming and great. So, again, I put them in pairs as well with this, and again, it gives them that autonomy. There's that word again, okay? Asking each other questions. They're not with Royce anymore, they're with a partner, and they're discussing these questions, okay? Very important. I introduce scaffolding. I introduce then some specific vocabulary about here, news and current events, and we practice pronunciation. I use the website Quizlet.com. I don't know if you know Quizlet, but it's a common, you know, vocabulary website that's quite good. So at this point, they're building up their vocabulary. Then I kind of pull the rug out from under them, and I give them a lot more in-depth questions at the end of class, okay? You'll see a lot of different questions here about news and current events, and I'm always telling them it's okay to make mistakes. We're all friends here. It's okay to make mistakes. I will correct you. And students, by the way, do like being corrected, contrary to what some educators may think or say. I've never believed in not correcting students, just as long as you do it in the correct way and you don't do it 24/7 throughout the entire class. But yeah, we're all friends here. My students know, there's many other students at the platform that I work at, they love me because they know they're welcomed, they're heard, they're cherished, they're appreciated, they're respected, and you know, they make mistakes, that's part of the learning. And at the end of the slide, at the end of the class, when they're done speaking about news and current events or whatever the topic is, hey, congratulations everyone, you did it. Well done, you should be proud of yourself. And I also give them a little thing about like learning how to learn. And I remind them that, you know, you see this strange picture here of the 4 brains and the 4 mouths. Does anybody understand the significance of this? If you look closely at this, any idea what I'm trying to communicate here? Maybe ask the guy on the phone. I don't know. Well, what I'm trying to say, what I tell my students is, at the beginning, you have all these words in your mouth, in your brains. You have all these phrases. You have these things you want to say, and you want to get them out of your mouth, but the bridge is not there. You know, you have like a tightrope, and you're constantly falling off. And I tell my students, the more you just try to push those words out of your mouth, no matter how inaccurate they may be, you're training your brain to make those, the synapses are firing, the neurons, I'm not a neurologist, but the brain is creating newer pathways in your mind. And I tell them this, you know, and they don't realize it. Oh, yeah. So don't be afraid or ashamed when you can't get the words out of your mouth. And as you do it, that bridge builds stronger and stronger, and then you're going to Brooklyn in New York City, and the bridge between the brain and your mouth is strong, and you don't need to think about it so much. And they appreciate these little tidbits, showing them how to learn, okay? How to learn, what's going on in the back of their brains, not just vocabulary and listening and grammar and all this stuff, okay? That's basically my talk, everybody. I've included a few things on my, I don't want to fall off the stage here. I've included a few things, just a few websites that I found. We talked about varying your forms or your ways of communicating with students. This edpuzzle.com, they do slides, interactive videos that you can do in classes, quizzes. Edpuzzle.com is great. Pictochart, they do a lot of fun infographics. Okay, these things here. That can really make class fun, not just for children. These could be, you know, aimed towards adults as well. Brain Pop, this is for younger students. Another good website for teaching, creating lessons for younger students. I have not used this website, so I don't really know if it's good or not, but check it out. I've heard good things. I like this one, Kahoot, gamified quizzes for assessment, or you can use it as a warm-up before your class begins. Have a little quiz, you know, get them to think about news and current events or whatever you're going to talk about. You know, anything to kind of shake things up in your class. And finally, there's wayground.com. They do all sorts of stuff, quizzes, yeah, worksheets. They have the AI supported for individual feedback for students and things like that that you can check out. One other thing I want to mention, I have not taken this class, but I was just searching canvas.net. One of the gentlemen I met here was talking about the MOOCs, the education online. This was from canvas.net, and this is actually from the University of South Florida. This is the rival to my university. I'm from Central Florida. This is South Florida, so like, boo, very bad, USF, South Florida. However, they do have a good class here about generative AI and how teachers, you guys, can use this to prepare class, to organize your feedback, to produce different amounts of content in different, more engaging ways, okay? So again, it all comes back to the student engagement. You know, I said earlier, I felt like some of the instructors that I've seen here can be like a little stiff and a little rigid. And we just need to, I think, not forget that teaching comes down to bonding heart to heart with individuals. We're human beings here in this age of AI. I think it's important not to forget about listening to your student, encouraging your student to engage one another in class, and giving them the steps, giving them the tools to learn, where you can kind of, you know, walk back and be sort of rather a guide and let them do what they need to do. So that's my talk, everybody. I don't know if it was helpful for you, but it was a pleasure. Thanks for listening to me. What happens now?
Question and answers.
Oh.
Thank you, Royce, for a very powerful and thought-provoking session. You actually made connections with your delivery. I'm sure all of us have got reflecting on our own online experiences, and I'm sure we're all waiting to ask questions. As we're against time, I doubt we can take many questions, but then any questions and comments are welcome now. All right, so let's wait for the mic.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we always try to find out the relationship between the virtual learning system and traditional learning system. But I'm concerned about the relationship between teachers and students in the virtual world, virtual learning system. So my question is, on the basis of your students' instructor connectivity slide, and the question is, how has online teaching and learning changed the traditional relationship between teachers and students? Thank you, sir.
Could you repeat that just one more time?
Sure, sir. How has online teaching and learning changed the traditional relationship between teachers and students?
All I can say is, in my opinion, it's become more disjointed and disconnected. I don't really know how to comment on where online learning and teaching's going in 2025. As I said, I watched a few AI videos, and my wife has a daughter who's 21 who went through COVID, and really I think it obliterated her high school learning, her education, that whole period for everyone around, students around the world. It's only been exacerbated, this disconnection between teacher and student has only become exacerbated by the COVID crisis and technology that's happening today. Again, I would just say, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but again, I think we just need to keep ourselves grounded and humble and continue to keep in mind that being a human, relating to your students on a personal level, needs to continue to be important, especially in today when we're maybe not paid so well, maybe we don't have a lot of time necessarily to provide that personalized feedback. You know, we are teachers at the end of the day, and I think we need to continue to hold the torch and continue to be closely engaged with our student, even though times are changing rapidly, perhaps for the worse. I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sai Warun Champawan. I'm from Thailand, and thank you very much for the very excellent presentation. So I agree that the student motivation is very important for the online classes, and I would like to share my experience. The students in Thailand, you know the situation in Thailand, now we use English as a foreign language. Now, the English is not an official language. So motivation is very important. The students, for Thai students, not they are weak. Not because not for the students who are not majoring in English. Not they don't have motivation. And in the online class, Not they don't like to have the camera on. I just kept telling them, please have your camera on, please have your camera on, but they don't want to. And this is, when they have their camera on, this is, so I saw that no one of them, they are still in bed and in pajamas. So I have to tell them that, no, please, dress properly before you come to class. So what should we do for the students who don't have motivation?
Maybe you could, thank you for the question. I don't have all the answers, but maybe, and this is probably why I don't teach teenagers. I just stay away from those folks. I don't have kids, but anyways, perhaps you could have some sort of exercise where you talk about things in their bedroom or in their house, or describe certain things, or maybe show me one of your favorite T-shirts, or that's one thing off the top of my head. Maybe you could somehow kind of, dare I say, force them to put on their camera where they need to show you something. Maybe. Maybe some of you have a better suggestion. That's the only thing I can think of.
But I like one of your suggestions. Not that you said that you mentioned about nicknames. No, we assign nicknames to them. No, when I was in America, I was very happy. Not the professor called me Miss Thailand. So that is the way that the people can remember me. Not because I'm from Thailand. So I'm happy to be Miss Thailand. Thank you very much.
That's cool. Thank you for the question. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Royce.
Yeah, Royce. Thank you so much for that practical input through your presentation. I have two parts in my question. The first one is, when does a teacher know that a learner has gained autonomy to be part of the virtual learning platform? And the second part is one of my experiences in my English language classroom. One of my students on an online platform told me, or rather requested me to repeat the same content when he meets me in the one-to-one physical classroom. So what do you think, or what is your opinion on that experience? And I've also feel that maybe it was also because the students were approaching towards their exams, because there were only a few days left for the exams. So what is your opinion on that? Thank you.
Ooh, that's a tough question. I mean, as far as evidence of autonomous learning within students, again, most of my students are older. I gave a presentation exercise, or a presentation project, where I asked them to present on a number of different topics that I had given them, and I don't know, all I could tell you is that I noticed that probably 3/4 of them, I could tell, used AI. They didn't have any sort of insight. They didn't really take any interest into what they were learning, despite me giving them the freedom to choose different topics. But I did have some students that I could just tell went above and beyond. They used a lot of really specific vocabulary. One of them was talking about the environment or something. No, the importance of customer service in business. And I listened carefully, and I could just hear them using words that most business students would not use. And I don't know, I just got that feeling, this intuitive sense. I think as you become more of an experienced educator, I think we all build this ability to kind of be able to read between the lines and identify what is real and what is not real. And I would just say that those students with the autonomy that took pride in their own learning, it just shows. I'm able to see it. And in regards to the second question, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank as far as what was the second question again? Regarding? You can just yell. It's okay.
Royce, we are against time.
We're out of time.
so-
I'll talk to you afterwards. Okay, I'll be here.
Thank you very much, Royce, for a very powerful and engaging session. It's got us thinking, it's got us reflecting, it's given us a whole lot of questions to discuss. But in the spirit of this conference, lessons taught, lessons learned, today's talk invites us to go beyond content, to go beyond focusing on content when we are preparing for our lessons, and focus a little bit more on how we can motivate our students and make our classes more engaging and interesting. On behalf of ELTAI, I extend a sincere thank you to Royce for his valuable insights and to all the participants for their thoughtful attention to the topic.
Could I just get one, real quick, sorry to interrupt, could I have a selfie with you guys? Like maybe everyone waving and getting excited, okay? And I'll share it with the conference, so hold on one second. You guys aren't in the picture. No, you're too far away. All right, everyone wave, say hi. Oh, you guys are excited. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll send it to the organizers. You guys can have it and share it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Horak, for sharing your valuable insights with us. Your exploration of online learning and teaching truly shed light on the evolving dynamics of virtual classrooms. I would now like to invite Dr. Stephen George, Assistant Professor at Christ Deemed to be University, to present tokens of our appreciation to Dr. Nalini Singh and Dr. Robert Royce Horak. Please put your hands together for this enlightening presentation. Dr. Stephen George works in the field of digital humanities and is the editor of the book Panorama of the Pandemic, published by Routledge. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again to the speakers and the chairperson. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is being served at the Gourmet Extension at Central Block, and we'll reconvene here at 2 p.m. for the next session, a symposium on the emerging trends in language learning. Please note that we are having parallel sessions at the KE auditorium. After lunch, sessions on the school education stream will continue at the KE auditorium as well. Thank you. Ms. Amal Sharon, Ms. Vidya Iyengar, and finally, Mr. Vijay George Kuruvilla to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our speakers. Whose research explores multilingualism, language policy, and linguistic rights. His work connects pedagogy with questions of inclusion and representation, and he has published widely in both English and Esperanto, reflecting his long-standing engagement with global language movements. Ms. Amal Sharon, from the Writing Center, formerly leading the Queer Archive for Memory, Reflection, and Activism at NLSIU. Her scholarship intersects social and cultural histories, print culture, and writing pedagogy, and she brings a powerful perspective on how language, identity, and memory inform each other in contemporary India. Ms. Vidya Iyengar, editor of City Express at the New Indian Express, whose 3 decades in journalism and media leadership have shaped how stories about gender, culture, and identity reach public discourse. Her numerous awards and international engagements testify to her contributions to both media and education. Mr. Vijay George Kuruvilla, founder and principal consultant of CAVE, a learning performance consultants who brings an industry lens to our conversation. With over 3 decades of experience in leadership development, talent management, and executive coaching across Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, he bridges communication, identity, and performance in transformative ways. Together, this panel will examine how learners' identities are formed, expressed, and transformed through language. Dr. Arya, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you present here. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this plenary session titled Emerging Trends in Language Learning. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all participants joining us here today, educators, researchers, language In recent years, the field of language learning has moved far beyond the traditional boundaries of grammar and proficiency. Today, we're asking deeper questions. Who owns the language we learn? How do learners shape and are shaped by the languages they speak? The notion of learner identity challenges us to look at language not just as a tool for communication, but as a space for belonging, creativity, and empowerment. At the same time, the question of ownership, whether a language belongs to its native speakers, its global users, or to all who engage with it, invites us to rethink power, culture, and inclusion in language education. We are privileged to have with us 4 distinguished speakers whose experiences and perspectives span academia, professional learning, and media, offering a rich tapestry of teacher and learning narratives. Our first speaker, Professor Giridhar Rao, is professor at Azim Premji University, Bengaluru, a scholar and educator deeply engaged in issues of multilingualism, pedagogy, and linguistic human rights in India. Professor Rao's work explores how a multilingual education is a desideratum for indigenous languages to flourish. Our second speaker, Professor Amil Sharan, serves as Assistant Professor in NLS Archives in charge and co-director of the Academic Support Center at National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. Professor Sharan's academic and institutional roles reflect her deep commitment to social and cultural histories of India and inclusive academic support, areas that lie at the heart of today's conversation. Our third speaker, Mr. Vijay George Kuruvilla, is Principal Consultant and founder of Key Learning Performance Consultants, Bengaluru, with extensive valuable insights into how learning continues beyond formal classrooms. Our fourth speaker, Ms. Vidya Iyengar, is editor of City Express, the New Indian Discussion, and possibly audience interaction. So we start the session with our first speaker, Professor Giridhar Rao. So you could start.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible at the back too? Yep. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the session was titled Emerging Trends in Language Learning, and the most emerging trend, as we know, is that ambiguous friend AI, about whom much has been discussed throughout this conference and elsewhere, so I will not be talking about that. I will, on the other hand, talk about four pedagogic strategies, four ways of introducing our linguistic diversity, India's linguistic diversity, in a course that I have been teaching at the MA program, in the MA education program at Azim Premji University, a course titled Introduction to Language and Literature in Education, with a kind of mischievous acronym ILLE. The aim of that course is the idea of teaching, language teaching with social equity, with the idea of introducing students to ideas about equality and inequality in languages. And this is in alignment with the general vision of the university, which is to contribute to building a just, equitable, humane, and sustainable society. The students that we get are deliberately diverse. A couple of indicators of that is that about 60% of these students get fellowships, scholarships to study, and many are first-generation learners. Over half the student body are women. So those are kind of indicators of the diversity of the student body. And such students are, as you can imagine, quite primed for ideas about inequality, about social inequality of class, caste, gender, region, those kinds of things. Very often, language does not feature as part of their sense of inequalities, not actively. And this course aims to activate that sensibility as well. So the four pedagogic strategies I wanted to share with you. Our first is a language audit that we do, a language audit, AUDIT. Second is a discussion of sources of linguistic power. A third is a linguistic autobiography that students write. And fourth is an assignment on analysis of proverbs. So let me see if I can quickly run through those to give you a sense of the aim of such a process, these four strategies, is largely, as the introductory remarks made clear, that language learning practices are not merely desirable technical skills, but are social practices embedded in the social reality that we live in. And in India, that is a complex social reality encompassing many axes of inequality. So the language audit is simply a request to students to announce the languages in the classroom. What are the languages in this room, without any further prompting. And students come up with their languages, the languages that they speak, that they know. And as you can imagine, it's a large number with such a diverse student body. In a recent audit we did earlier this year, the 20 students in the class had 28 language names, 28 distinct language names, which was a surprise to many of them as well. And those language names generally, once you began listing them, they began to see that all the languages first listed generally belong to one of the scheduled languages of India, right? One of the official languages of India. Only thereafter, the non-scheduled languages would be mentioned. Somebody might mention Bhojpuri, for example, or something like that. And only last, the indigenous languages, the Adivasi tribal languages would be mentioned. So even in a simple listing of languages in the classroom, you could see that there is an implicit hierarchy in the order in which these languages are listed. And many of those language names are new for many of our students, so they are quite surprised that there is such a vibrant linguistic diversity. I should add that, the second pedagogic strategy is a similar one of eliciting from students sources of linguistic power. So in a class, 90-minute class or so, they list various sources of linguistic power, such as numbers, such as political power, caste power, economic power, mass media. A cluster of about 20, 25 factors are emerged from this listing. And it becomes abundantly clear to students that, none of these are linguistic reasons, actually. They're all socio-political, socio-historical reasons. They're all reasons why one language seems to be more powerful than the other. It has nothing to do intrinsically with the linguistic properties of any given language. So that is also an insight that they carry with them throughout the courses that we do. The third is a linguistic autobiography that students write after developing some ideas about language and power like this, and doing a language diversity exercise. They write a 1,500 to 2,000 word linguistic autobiography, which for them is a first time effort. They have never done something like this, an archaeology of their own linguistic development. So links between language and identity, multiple definitions of mother tongue, for example, which seems like a self-evident category, except that in India where people move from region to region, what might have been your chronological mother tongue is not your competence mother tongue after a few years, because your Odia childhood has been supplanted by Kannada schooling, for example. Yeah? So multiple definitions of mother tongue, language and power, those ideas that we have discussed, the porous boundaries between our multilingualisms, how contextually we switch between languages and so on, the idea of the learner identity, that you are a speaker of which language actually. It's not very easy to say, right? And from all this porosity, all these boundaries shifting, alternative imaginations of language might emerge, such as language as a relational paradigm, a habitat or an environment in which you grow into and inhabit, rather than an object that you acquire. So the idea of acquisition of language itself might lead to some interrogation. The fourth pedagogic strategy is, as I said, a proverb analysis, where they look at proverbs and then realize after discussion that proverbs are not as simple as they seem. They are in fact quite complex cultural texts if you actually try and find out how they work at the sound level, at the word level, at the meaning level, at the cultural level. Who can use a proverb? Who can't use that proverb? Which directions the power moves in, how the proverbs capture sexism, stereotyping, a whole range of negative things as well, how they make claims, proverbs make claims simultaneously to be highly contextual as well as embody universal truths. So these four exercises, pedagogic exercises, result in students developing a sensitivity to language as a social object, not just a skill set. And that seems to be a valuable thing, because when they start working in the education space, in the education sector, they make multilingual curricular choices. They design multilingual TLMs, teaching and learning materials, and they design multilingual assessment strategies, because the students in their classrooms in the future will themselves have linguistic resources that they bring to the classroom. So in sum, this is a set of language practices that are not merely desirable skills, but not just technical skills, but socially embedded social practices. I'm nearly done. Let me end with a poem that we often use in these courses to illustrate the profoundly personal nature of language, and at the same time, its embeddedness in power of various kinds. In this poem, state power. This is a poem called "The Quiet World" by an American poet called Jeffrey McDaniel, 1998. The Quiet World. In an effort to get people to look into each other's eyes more, and also to appease the mutes, the government has decided to allot each person exactly 167 words per day. When the phone rings, I put it to my ear without saying hello. In the restaurant, I point at chicken noodle soup. I'm adjusting well to the new way. Late at night, I call my long-distance lover, proudly say, I only used 59 today. I saved the rest for you. When she doesn't answer, I know she's used up all her words. So I slowly whisper, I love you, 32 1/3 times. After that, we just sit on the line and listen to each other breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao, for that illuminating poem, and also bringing out few pedagogic strategies. A few of them I also use, that is elicitation and language autobiography, but from a very theoretical perspective of purely linguistics, this is something that I had done in the previous semester. So it's great to see that we can also bring in some cultural and social aspects to language autobiography too. That is something that is very interesting. And we now move to our next speaker, Professor Amil Sharan.
Thank you for this opportunity to listen and interact with you. At the Writing Center at the National Law School in Bangalore, we are all faculty members or have other full-time responsibilities. And so we've been wondering, how do we meet and interact with people in ELT? It's quite difficult because we have two institutional problems. One is that faculty members come in as subject experts. And unlike, let's say, primary school teachers, have not really been trained to study how students learn. So we know our subjects, but we do not know how students learn what we wish to teach. And the other problem we've noticed is that, by and large, we find incoherent sentences, often long, rarely or too long, let's say, little subject-verb agreement, not much deliberation on word choice, etc. And being the National Law School in a hyper-competitive environment, students often use or mimic other ways of using language. So students will tell us that they've used this long and sometimes not meaningful word because they feel that at law school the expectation is that we use fancy language. And so these two problems, that on the one hand, faculty members are not sort of attuned or trained to how students learn, and on the other, that often the use of language in writing is not meaningful, we felt required an institutional intervention. And in 2024, we started the Writing Center. In 2020, 25-26, we felt we also needed what we call a program in Indian languages and literatures, which is more programmatic as PIL rather than ILLE, being again, a professional law school, where we think that critical thinking in Indian languages is necessary to appreciate and to use. So I'm just very glad to be in conversation on this account. I will use the 10 minutes I have to make two broad points. One about the historical relationship between English and modern law, and how tracing that historical relationship from within the Writing Center at the National Law School helped us design a program in reading and writing in English at the university level for our professionally oriented students through the framework of argumentative writing. Argumentative writing because we see academic writing as being necessarily argumentative, but also that for our law students, the ability to write and speak persuasively is integral to their professional practice. So to begin, we know that from the late 18th century, the British administration was heavily interested in learning Indian languages. In the words of Alexander Doe, the search was for an ancient Indian constitution. And so the Sanskrit College, for instance, in 1791 is set up to train professionally pundits who will help in interpreting Indian texts to help British judges, right? And this is true of Maulvis and pundits both. By 1864, the British realized that they cannot trust the pundits and Maulvis in the courts. So what they do is they begin to produce English commentaries and begin to rely on precedents. And so what happens by the end of the 19th century is this complete ironical situation, that what began as a search for the ancient Indian constitution in many Indian languages ends up with English law as the law of India, right? Now, by the mid-20th century, when we have the sovereign Indian state coming into being, there are already several committees interested in legal education reform. And so the 1949 Chagla Committee, for instance, we know MC Chagla, whose autobiography appears in many footpaths in India, Roses in December, you may have seen in secondhand bookstores. Anyway, the committee insists that law students master, to quote, the distinctive meaning and precise force of each word, phrase, and sentence. So English here becomes a discipline of thought, right? Precision and abstraction were seen as signs of legal and intellectual maturity. And so if we are trying to think about what is the figure of the student in this imagination, the student becomes a passive vessel. Again, to quote, to be taken in hand so that his habits of thinking may be molded. By the 1970s, this notion has come under critique. So we know Professor Upendra Bakshi, who wrote the open letter to the Supreme Court, given the rape case in the late 1970s. So Professor Upendra Bakshi is very influenced by Paulo Freire and argues not for this student to be taken in hand, but instead for dialogue between teacher and the taught. But all of this discontent with the quality of law education in India somehow culminates in the model of the National Law School, which turns the 3-year LLB program, which is often an evening school, part-time, faculty are part-time, into a residential 5-year BA LLB program, whose motivation is to create socially sensitive lawyers through exposure to the social sciences. But this motivation is couched in the language of excellence. So it's quite different from the social equity imagination, let's say, of APU. In its founding, it is about excellence, right? And therefore, this idea of the National Law School as the top law school in a hyper-competitive environment it relies on this idea that we provide an excellent education. But because we teach the social sciences, our precocious NLS students conducted a survey of the student social demographic in 2016. And they came out with a report called Islands of Elusive Excellence, where they showed that if you look at the social background of students who excel at NLS, typically they will come from generations of social capital, right? And while this may not have been a surprise to faculty members, it does year on year come as a surprise to students who have come through this exam believing that they are here on the dint of their hard work, which of course all of them have put in hard work. But even that report, when it came to the concern of language, tended to see English proficiency as a predetermined marker of preparedness, rather than as a site of learning and engagement. So when we started the Writing Center, we had to interrupt this idea that English is a marker of predetermined preparedness, or that this idea of precision, abstraction, and scientific notions is what our students have to necessarily learn. And we took the question of language into a method of thinking. So we treat reading and writing in a 50-hour course for all incoming undergraduate students as a way of making meaning. And the incremental sort of design is garnered towards making persuasive arguments. So we see that as they struggle to be active readers, which is they struggle to pick up main arguments of dense pieces. So we have to really break sections down of, let's say, a paper, looking at what is a title doing, what do subsections do, how can you use even these things at a glance to help you get a sense of what the main idea is. How do you pick out topic sentences and begin to read paragraphs and begin to discern what is a good attempt at writing and what is a poor attempt at writing. And having done so, we get them to try and make connections between texts, which is really something that students find hard to do. So while students are constantly producing essays and churning out writing, the ability to think across texts is something that undergraduate students we find hard. If students are unable to make connections across texts, then they are unable to subordinate all of those summaries of texts to an argument they wish to make. That means that they are unable to develop their voice in conversation with all that they are reading. So typically a student paper will have a summary of someone's argument, the other paragraph will have a summary of another argument, but there are no connections between that. This is something that we have found we need to work on quite closely. And we try and do this through what David Bartholomew and Peter Elbow, sometimes seen as on different sides of writing studies, call effort-based writing. So we do not evaluate students on necessarily only their finished outcomes, which is a revised essay, but on the effort they put in class through in-class worksheeting. That in-class worksheeting means that they are not evaluated on what they are writing, but they do get marks for putting in those worksheets. It also means that students who are confident in their ability to speak in class do not overshadow and take up space compared to students who are maybe more diffident. That also means that there are long periods of silence in the classroom. That we do not take up space as lecturers, but give time to students to engage with their readings, try and find their voice through guided writing exercises. We find that being able to give them feedback on their writing rather than just assessing them, which typically happens in large classrooms. We have 75 to 80 students in our writing classrooms, which is why we don't have precedents as such in India. Many writing centers tend to be in private universities and have small classes. We have found that some of these pedagogical tools have helped our students become slightly more self-reliant readers and writers. The challenge then is to replicate, perhaps, if we think that these are successful methods, the jury is still out, to do this in all subject-specific courses. That in those courses, students have tools to break down and make their readings accessible, that they develop the viveka or the discernment to figure out what is good writing and what are perhaps poor attempts at published writing, and then figure out for themselves how their own writing may become intelligible. This, we think, will help them as lawyers not only to organize their thoughts, but to be persuasive in the arguments that they present in court. Thank you.
Yeah, this works. I now invite Mr. Kuruvilla to please share his thoughts.
Thank you for this opportunity. We have beaten the topic far often more than required on how language has become part of our culture and how we often speak about our context in which the language is written or language is used is so often important. The way that we use certain words, certain epithets, as Sir said, certain idioms that come in, they're so representative of the context in which we have used language. I possibly represent the industry side of language, where we receive the people who study in the universities and in the colleges who have come and get employed with us. It would be any part of the industry. And one of the challenges that we find today with most of the people with language as a challenge would be that the use of a lot of tools that they have used, let us say AI as a tool, sometimes would lead to normalization of language. There is an equality of quality. Everyone seems to be writing the same. There is no differentiation. If I have, in earlier terms, we would have people that we call as high potentials. We would have people whom we call as experts, who are subject matter experts. Obviously, they're good in their subject, possibly. But when it comes to expressing it, and the way that we evaluate them all seems to be the same. Because it's somewhere, there is a normalization of language that has happened. It's the same words that you hear. It's the same things that you hear. So where is the differentiation? I think that is where creative people differentiate themselves from others. They understand that language could be a place where they could really take and edit and adapt and look at the context and say, if I'm in a context of a sales job or if I'm in a context of a negotiating job, I need to have a language that is possibly helping me, the syntax that is helping me. But in the college studies or the universities, they would have studied it, but they do not know that possibly this is what they need to use. And that is where universities and industries now coming together, helping each other, because the industry needs universities as much as the universities need the industry in terms of employment. And there is a lot of working together that is coming, that is evident these days, where people from the industry come and speak in universities saying, what is it that we need? And there's a lot of language and required elements being rewritten. In fact, industry being told what they can do and the industry telling what is expected. Because there's a big foreshadow, or universities could be the foreshadow of the kind of usage that we get in the industry. Now, the reason why I said this is because all people that work in the industry across, let us say India, we have a big advantage. We all know English to a certain extent. I remember an interview that I was doing at the Delhi School of Economics. I was in an interview panel, and one boy came and said, he was introducing himself, and he said, I am so-and-so, and that's the only part of the sentence that had right syntax. After that, he was struggling to speak about who he was. Possibly he came from a place where he learned the language, but never spoke it. I come from Kerala. We use English words like switch, car, bus, fan, spoon. I mean, where do we use a sentence, possibly where we can have an argument, where we can tell that things are different. And that's the reason why many parents today are finding it difficult to tell their children how they should behave. Because the language that they know of how to parent is in the mother tongue. Because that's how they've been taught. And when it comes to language, even within the home, we see a rift. And then the parents coming back, I'm a family counselor, I meet a lot of people who come to us and say, George, if you can just help me with two things. Help me speak to my wife and help me understand my children. Aren't we all? I think that's the ultimate search that we do all the time. And it is just because of the fact that the way we think and the way language is in our part is so connected to our culture, so connected, it's intrinsic, so connected to where we come from. Remember that as we learn a new language, we are possibly traversing the same journey those people of that language took to reach where they are. So possibly understanding their culture, using English. Today we've got in the industry what we call as other country stakeholders. Earlier in industry we had people who were sitting in the same office. I could go and talk and say, Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, hey, Anil Vijay, can you help me? Today your counterpart is sitting in Japan. Your counterpart is sitting in some other country, in some other time zone, a different type of English, if you will. Now, how would you talk to them? And then the conversation becomes very technical, because that's easy. You can straight away go and ask, so what's the price? Reduce the price. Yes or no. That's not language. That's where possibility of collaboration goes down. And hence, the industry today is really deficient in two core areas. One, people who can stand and inspire and impress people to go forward. Today we have ant workers. Everyone doing, we have a beehive of activity. Everyone is working. Can you tell me one person in Bangalore who is not tired? Not the people who stay in the Sarjapur road who are tired because of driving, but the people who are tired because they are working all the time. So if people are spending a majority of their time at the workplace, where the manager is supposed to be a parent, a boss, a friend, a philosopher, and if conversations cannot happen, where are the challenges happening? Plus the challenge of multiple generations coming to us. If I take next week, we are going to Punjab to a manufacturing plant of a beverage company, and we did a study of all the people who were there. We found that there are all 5 generations present in that group of managers. What's the language that I use there? As a manager, what do I go and tell them? Because if you look at the word, we can say conversations, the kind of training programs that taught conversations in the corporate world has also changed. We used to have crucial conversations. Possibly all the Gen X people spoke about crucial conversations. What is important? I grew up in crucial conversations. What is critical? What is a priority? What is urgent and important has to be done. Then came straight talk. Don't go all around the place, just tell me what you need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points. Then came key conversations. Tell me the gist, rest I'll figure out. And now it is called radical candor. You tell me what you feel, I'll figure out the structure and the syntax around it. And hence the question is, how do the corporate deal with people like that? So what we could do is to appeal to the English language, or for that matter, any language training institute, universities, colleges, to consider the fact that we need to employ people who can converse. Today, conversational English is a very important topic, and I appreciate all the universities for putting more and more subject matter into it. People write very good essays, but if you ask them to what is the spirit of the essay, can you concise it and tell us in a particular way, people are struggling. And possibly this is because there are generational differences. So hence language becomes, anyone who invests in language becomes those people who bridge generations, who bridge ideas, who bridge possibilities, who bridge AI and human intelligence. We cannot have the replacement of AI, we cannot replace artificial stupidity, natural stupidity with artificial intelligence, right? If you're naturally stupid and nothing can be done about it. But today, those people can mask it. So the question is, the tools that are being used, how do we use that in the corporate, are very, very strict, because promotions, etc., are decided upon it. So working backwards, can we look at language? And that's a big trend. Working upon it, can we look at conversational English, convincing English, language that helps people? I'm using the word English as a general word, a word to replace. You could replace that with language. Any language that we teach, can we converse? Today, if you ask your child a question, they would say, I would type and send it to you. Where is the conversation? People would say, I'll tell you later. Where are the storytelling? Where is the time when people sat and said, come, let's speak around a game of Ludo? When people were having dinner together, when people had prayer together, families getting together, people get into families at different points of time because of work schedules. So taking all these points back, if that is where this entire impact of what we are discussing today is going to be hitting the industry, hitting people, hitting parents, hitting the world out there, well, let us work backwards and say, what can we do? 2 suggestions is what I have. First suggestion is spend more time in conversational English, conversational language, which is argumentative, debate-oriented, allow people to speak. Second, remove the equity that anyone can say anything. Allow people to be differentiated. Let some people be better than others. Today, in a lot of colleges and schools, everyone gets the same marks. No, we get marks, our children get marks today, which we saw in thermometers, 97.5, 97.3. Everyone gets the same mark. And the cutoff is 97, 96. I came at a time from cutoff possibly was 80% or 70%. So let people be differentiated. Let there be not equality of quality everywhere. There has to be differentiation. But the output would be based on the equity they bring. I might be different, but I add value in a particular way that the overall contribution I have to the society is equally good. So hence, let us work backwards and see the emerging trends of language. Can we have more conversational language? Can we build a language training that is centered on employability, where people have more access, more equity, more opportunity to go and do better jobs? You know, the corporate says that people whose language skills are good, 63% of them get their promotions faster than the others. And 93% of them stay back in good jobs. And hence, we would also benefit. So that's the appeal that we have. Thank you for this opportunity given to us.
Thank you, Mr. Kuruvilla. Now we move to a final speaker, Ms. Vidya Iyengar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I work with a very young, vibrant team, and a few years ago, they threw a couple of terms at me. Lit, which I thought was literature or lit fest, but in Gen Z language, it's exciting or excellent. IDK, I don't know. TTYL, talk to you later. And at the end of it, I had FOMO. For the uninitiated, that's the fear of missing out. But since then, I've realized that these are not random abbreviations or acronyms. They represent a whole new linguistic landscape. These terms have been part of everyday conversations, especially among younger generations and new learners of English who use social media as their learning ground. They're expressions of identity, belonging, and creativity. As a features and lifestyle editor, I see firsthand how these digital language trends influence broader media. Because our audience isn't static. They're diverse, they're young, and they're reshaping language. And features journalism thrives on capturing these moments of cultural expression. We've started incorporating a lot of social media slang and trends into our writing. And that's not just to stay However, I must admit, comes with a challenge. It's a delicate balance between validating new language ownership while respecting traditional readers. But again, language ownership isn't about gatekeeping. It's about participation, inviting learners, diverse and young people, and diverse new voices into the conversation. So social media, which was once seen as a distraction, is today a powerful classroom and a cultural stage and lab where language grows and identities are forged. In journalism, editors and writers hold a certain power over language, the power to frame stories, shape perceptions, and influence how readers see the world. And these words can either humanize or sensationalize, include or exclude. For example, labeling an event as a protest versus a riot isn't just semantics. It shapes public opinion. Even in lifestyle journalism, terms like influencer versus content creator can confer legitimacy and reflect evolving cultural identities. So language ownership isn't only about the one who controls the narrative, it's also about those who use it, shape it, and claim it. Social media has accelerated this process in ways that are both exciting and challenging. Like Mr. Kurvela said about AI homogenizing language, it definitely has. It's enforced a single standard. And that's again a reminder for us that the human voice, with all its quirks, regionalism, and individuality, is what actually keeps language alive. So I've kept my part short. I look forward to the next part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iyengar. Now we have a few questions for the panel members. First question that I have is, this is, anyone in the panel could respond to this. One is, what is our idea about academic writing? Do we have, from the perspective of teachers, do we have a particular idea about what academic writing should be? For example, like you have, Ms. Sharon has listed critical. To be critical about a particular work, to be argumentative. And these are the expectations that we have. And at the same time, if you're talking about a law school, so in a university, you have different schools. And can we actually have different sorts of academic writings for different schools, or do we have one for all that, be it whichever, be it business and management, be it social sciences or even sciences? This is the one format but one idea that we rigidly hold on to as academic writing, that it should be critical and it should be argumentative, is one question. And secondly, do you think that learners that we have in higher educational institutions, whichever they might be, these learners are actually have to unlearn whatever they had learned in their schools as to what they think about as an English as a subject? For most learners, it is a subject. So that is where Ms. Amil's, Sharon's, thoughts about they belong to a very competitive field, and they have concerns about their grades and scores, and they're looking for a particular format that they could fit to. So in that particular context, do we have to rethink our ideas about what comprises academic writing? Secondly, are we thinking about factors that, or are we addressing factors that, or aspects that they will have to unlearn as learners? So what do they expect, and what are our expectations out of academic writing? Any of you could respond.
Okay. I think I did come across as quite programmatic. When we began thinking about putting together a program in reading and writing, one of the standard texts in writing studies is something called They Say, I Say, which is you look at your sources, and in order to enter into an informed conversation, you don't begin with your voice, but you sort of survey the different ideas, dominant, prevailing, or just scholarly ideas in the field, and then enter into conversation with them. Many students come in from school thinking with a lot of confidence that their opinion matters. We don't think that their opinion doesn't matter, but I think moving students to carefully consider ideas in the field and engage with them in order to then put their argument forward is something that we teach. Academic writing, in the They Say, I Say book by Kathleen Graff and Bernstein, academic writing is argumentative writing. However, in the field of, I think, literary criticism, Rita Felsky has recently written a book called Limits of Critique. Limits of Critique takes the idea that academics have followed a hermeneutics of suspicion for a long time, right? And the masters of reading with suspicion are Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud. That we look at limits to rationality. And whether that mode is necessarily the one that speaks to our time is a question that the field itself of criticism has been asking. I think when such scholarship comes out of America, it also comes up in a particular time. That when Obama was president, the idea of hope there could say perhaps we do not need hermeneutics of suspicion. But those qualities of reading are also quite important in informed public discussion. So when we talk about academic writing, whether in the sciences or in the social sciences, we always have this thing of you provide evidence for any claim and you provide footnotes. Footnotes help us not only verify but also falsify. So in a time where what people have called the post-truth era, right, and when so much information is gotten through bubbles of social media, how is it that we think about informed public writing? What is the feature of the post-truth era? That you're able to sway people by appealing to emotion, right? Something that I think is in line with, in a sense, radical candor, that the primacy is on feeling. Now, if so many spheres of public life are then dominated by being able to sway people, then I think perhaps the university becomes one of the few places where we continue to defend tools of verification and falsification. On the other hand, the university is also a space for creative expression, finding one's voice. So one of the things we do in the narrative course is to have students do a lot of autobiographical writing. They, I think, find that it is one way of, sort of venting their own sort of frustrations. And I think they need a number of channels to do that. And then the narrative course, and often teachers become one of those, confessional, personas. So I'm just going to end there, that our program does not necessarily prescribe exercises for certain kinds of academic writing, but we do have certain moves that we expect students to go through. We think these are vital for informed public discussion, particularly verification and falsification, being able to build and write and speak persuasively, which has, of course, a long tradition in rhetoric, which goes back to the earliest universities in Europe, that you can, through a number of ways, be able to persuade people. But I think the 20th century put in place certain ideas of critical reading that there are very few spaces that do that today.
If I could add to that, saying, one is that the second part of the question was, is there unlearning required in higher centers of higher learning? And I'm considering that this higher learning is not just language, but sciences and everything. At the end of the day, people in higher thinking jobs or higher order thinking, they would bring out ideas and suggestions, so the subject matter's language would get in. And hence this hermeneutical impact on the corporate is also very high. You have parents coming back home and saying to your children, your performance is not good, you have higher potential, what is the return of investment of my money that I put on the school? Such language comes in because it's part of what you hear every day. But I don't think that we need to unlearn anything there, what we learn, but I think we need to add on, because at the end of the day, there is this human-centeredness that we have, we add to our daily language that we have. At the end of the day, workplace that I represent, the workplace that a parent represents, has a lot of human-centeredness. So that requires that language. Unlearning that would lose. Rather, I would say that you add on more and more and adapt and adopt the newer generations, as Vidya said, ensure that there is a infusion of the newer currents of thought and idea. I think it would be more anabolic than cutting down. Yeah.
I wish we had more time to discuss this. I would have loved to extend this discussion, but maybe outside of this room. So we are closing this session now. This, I think, can we? So yeah, someone should give a mic.
I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I actually understand, the field or the areas or the level you are guys working definitely are at university level. And mostly the teachers are from the college. And the situation I want to bring into your notice is this, that new policy, that is NEP 2020, is about to curtail the role of teachers. In my college, we used to have at least 2 divisions for compulsory English. Now the situation is this year that a division of each, FY, SY, and TY has been actually cut off. Am I right? And that is the fiery ground, because most of the teachers are going to lose their role in upcoming days. Am I right? The situation you guys are dealing is quite different. And the situation mostly sitting here, probably I don't know whether you are familiar with it, but while talking to a few of my friends, those are from Nepal, they use the term helmet teacher. Helmet teacher, a teacher that puts on helmet and actually drives his bike from one college to the other in order to make his bread and butter. Of course, everyone is, am I right, concerned. So how do you look at all this situation? Because the teachers have a major role to play in shaping the future of India. And if their number is going to cut down, I don't think that India will make something good in upcoming days without English. Since a lot emphasis is given on local culture. Of course, we are proud, we are Indians, but you should, I think, shed light on this one, sir. Thank you.
It's a large question, and I don't have a satisfactory answer to this. One thing is for sure, that an English-only approach to education, whether it is school education or higher education, an English-only approach is a very unhealthy one for India. So I will stop there. It is neither desirable nor doable, in fact, an English-only education. So while the importance of English is not to be negated, certainly it is not the only factor in our multilingual reality. I don't even know if I've addressed the larger question you have asked, but this is my response.
Because of paucity of time, we will wind up the session here. And the session has invited us to think deeply about what it really means to learn and use a language in today's globalized world. Our discussion today has touched on crucial ideas that learner identity is central to language classroom. Shaping how learners engage with and take ownership of their language is as important. The question of ownership challenges traditional ideas of native speaker authority and opens up spaces for inclusive, dynamic, and pluralistic understandings of language use. And that as educators, researchers, and language users, we have a shared responsibility to create spaces where all learners can claim their voices with confidence. And on behalf of everyone present here, I'd like to extend our deepest appreciation to our distinguished speakers, Professor Giridhar Rao, Professor Amil Sharon, Mr. Vijay George Kuruvilla, and Ms. Vidya Ingar. for sharing their expertise and insights with us. I'd also like to thank the organizing committee and our technical team and all participants for making this a meaningful exchange of ideas. And as we conclude, let us carry forward the themes of the session: identity, ownership, and inclusion into our future work and practice. Language is not just a system to be mastered, but a living, evolving means of connection, and it belongs to everyone who uses it. Thank you once again for your participation and engagement, and please join me in giving one final round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aya, and all of our distinguished speakers for that deeply engaging and insightful discussion. Your reflections have reminded us that language is not just a tool for communication, but a space where identities are shaped and shared. We truly appreciate the depth and diversity of perspectives you've brought to this conversation. I would like to invite Dr. Kishore Selva Babu, Head of the Department of English and Cultural Studies, and with a research expertise in English language teaching, to present tokens of our appreciation to the moderator and speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our distinguished speakers today. Thank you, sir. Thank you, speakers and moderator. I request you to take your seats at the front of the auditorium. kind note to all the participants. We are starting the roundtable in a few minutes once we set up the stage. Please be seated. Joining him are our esteemed discussants, Dr. Ravinarayan Chakrakodi, Dr. Anupama Nair CV, Ms. Sharon Sunny, and Dr. Etienne Rasendran and Dr. Renu Dhotre. Please welcome them to the stage. Dr. Ravinarayan Chakrakodi, Professor and Academic Head at the Regional Institute of English, South India, Bengaluru. With over 18 years of experience in teacher training and education, he has authored Learn English, Teach English, and numerous research papers in international journals. Dr. Anupama Nair CV, Associate Professor in the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ deemed to be University, with over 2 decades of experience in teaching, research, and publishing, Dr. Nair's work spans post-colonial studies, creative writing, and digital pedagogy. She also coordinates the Center for Concept Design, which has produced over 1,000 digital learning modules. Dr. Sharon Sunny, faculty member at Azim Premji University, her work focuses on ELT, creative writing, and language learning in disadvantaged contexts. She has trained teachers internationally and brings a unique interdisciplinary lens that connects pedagogy with creativity. Dr. Etienne Rasendran, Research Professor in English at St. Joseph's Research and Innovation Council, has taught for over 4 decades and published more than 50 scholarly articles. His wide-ranging interests include world literatures, cultural studies, and memory studies, continuing to inspire generations of teachers and scholars alike. And Dr. Renu Dhotre, Academic Head at MP Shah English High School, Mumbai, with over 30 years of experience in English language education and teacher training. A certified National Geographic educator, she has trained more than 1,000 teachers and continues to champion learner autonomy, inquiry-based learning, and assessment innovation. Together, this panel will reflect on how we can sustain a culture of reading that not only enhances comprehension and creativity, but also nurtures human connection and lifelong learning. Over to you, Mr. Abhinandan Bhattacharya.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished members over here. This is really an honor to be with a very distinguished panel to the left and right side of mine. Well, reading culture, a pathway to learning. When we talk about reading culture, something that really worries us, if I may say, is how there has been a cultural decadence of reading over time. As a high school educator and a teacher trainer, I have always wondered, and whenever I walked into a classroom and have the first initial conversation, some of the students still mention, I don't like to read. There's a gradual shift from reading to digital reading, or if we may put in, doom scrolling or Instagram reels, what they read. Because that's Gen Z, right? And that's exactly what they do, love to do with respect to the aura farming. So today, for this roundtable discussion, we have 4 members, 4 distinguished panelists out here. The format of this thing would be in some different manner. We would be giving 10 minutes to each speaker to share their thoughts, and we'll have some trigger questions after that to each panelist so that we can share your thoughts further, and thereafter the forum would be open to the public as well. But then the questions would actually lead to the overall discussion. Probably we would want to reach to a consensus what kind of culture we would want to inculcate, develop, and maybe foster. So it's an honor to welcome all of you to this roundtable, Reading Culture, a Pathway to Learning. I'm privileged to be moderating this discussion today. I'd like to begin by expressing my gratitude to English Language Teachers Association of India and Christ deemed to be university for curating this space where ideas, experiences, and pedagogical perspectives can intersect meaningfully. In an age when screens often compete with stories and scrolling replaces sustained reading, cultivating a reading culture has become both a challenge and a calling. As educators, we know that reading is not merely a skill. It is a way of seeing, feeling, questioning, and connecting. It expands vocabulary and comprehension, yes. But more importantly, it expands empathy, critical thought, and the imagination necessary for lifelong learning. Today, our goal is to explore how a culture of reading within schools, classrooms, and communities can become a genuine pathway to deeper learning. We'll reflect on how reading shapes thinking across disciplines, how it nurtures curiosity and agency, and how we might reimagine reading practices in an age of distraction and digital acceleration. Our discussion will draw from diverse contexts: language classrooms, literature programs, school libraries, and learner-driven initiatives. I invite each participant to not only share their ideas, but also experiences that have worked, challenges that persist still, and innovations that have inspired engagement among learners. Without much ado, I would begin with Dr. Ravi Narayan. We could have this as a question answer or as a discussion, and others can also contribute. So Dr. Ravi Narayan, he's a professor and academic head, Regional Institute of English, South India, Bengaluru.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. As you know, I work in a teacher training and teacher education institute. We work with in-service teachers from 5 South Indian states. For me, reading culture doesn't refer to reading the prescribed course materials. In fact, we conduct in-service teacher training programs for 1 month. Our training program is for 1 full month. So reading culture doesn't refer to reading the prescribed course materials. In fact, it refers to an ecosystem, a set of values, a lived practice. Reading becomes part of teachers' identity, pedagogy, and professional growth. I'm saying this because during this 1 month teacher education program, teachers keep reading reflection logs. Every day they have to read something. And it's not just reading something, but reflecting on it. So we call it reading reflection logs. Teachers read texts not as instructors of teaching reading, but as readers themselves. They don't just read, they think about what they read. They reflect on what they read. They connect texts to their lives, to their beliefs, to their classroom, to their teaching practices, and to their emotions. So in their reading reflection log, they write what they read, why they have read this, what have they read, why have they read this, what do they like or dislike about it, and how do they relate it to their lives, their classrooms. And they read a wide variety of texts. You'll be surprised to see, so it's not just literary pieces that they read. They read children's literature. They read opinion articles in newspapers. They read research papers. They in fact read journal articles published in journals. ELTAI is one example. And they also read on social media. They listen to podcasts. They read memes sometimes. For example, some of the material, I'd just like to give 1 or 2 examples. One particular teacher, she said she has read a stand-up comedy on critique of caste and a stand-up comedy on gender in India. And then a historic move, but still unequal, an article in the Hindu newspaper. It's about the new reservation policy in Karnataka. And they read business sections in newspapers sometimes. And we are a family, aren't we? And when the teacher read this, he says he has identified himself with his father who is no more. So they read, they relate it to their personal lives, their emotions, and they become empathetic teachers, sensitive and very sensible teachers. And then reading it's not just, recording what they read, but recording what they become in the process of reading. So reading is used to shape one's identity, one's pedagogy as a teacher. And if this reading can influence their classroom teaching, their lesson plans, the activities they conduct, and that is the success of the reading culture that we are trying to develop in teachers. And they don't read as individual readers, and they try to create a community of readers during this 1-month course. They read and they share. We have sharing sessions. So they try to create a community of readers. They share their feelings, emotions with a group of teachers. Yeah, I think that's it, basically. I'll listen to others and then comment on what others have to say. Yeah,
May I ask you a question over here? Because that's very interesting what you shared. So how do you, develop the love for reading and teaching reading skills? How do you bridge this connection?
Yeah. In fact, I believe it should go hand in hand. So on the very first day of the training program, we asked them to reflect on what they do in their classrooms. They have to actually write a reading philosophy, a philosophy of teaching reading. What are, for example, they have to think of a lesson they have taught, and then what was the material they have used for teaching? What did they do? What did you do as a teacher? What did your students do? How did you teach reading? How did you assess? What worked? What didn't work? They reflect and they write a reading philosophy. And then the same philosophy, they'll have to revise on the last day of the course. They rewrite their philosophy of teaching reading based on the inputs, based on the discussions, based on the reading reflection logs. And it's a completely different philosophy of teaching reading when they complete the course and go back to their schools. There are a lot of changes in their belief systems, in their thinking, attitudes, and in their teaching practices. So it's not just about teaching reading, but also developing reading as a culture, as a habit, as a regular practice, a routine activity. So reading becomes learning in this process, and they develop love for reading. Yeah.
That's really well put. So, what Dr. Ravinarayan is trying to say over here, he's trying to holistically blend in the accessing, role modeling, time, social sharing, so the entire motivation architecture that he's trying to build in over here, and also trying to administer the idea of readers' identity creation. So thank you so much for those insights. Our next speaker is Dr. Anupama. So your initial thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, and delighted to be here. I think I will take this question of reading culture from 3 different roles that I play in the university. One is as faculty teaching literature. The other is as administrator, coordinator of CCD. We develop learning material, digital learning material. And the third role, which I think is very important for me as a teacher and a learner, is that of a mother. And I have a 19-year-old at home. And it is from him and his reading habits that I usually get my ideas on what reading is today for the 21st century learners. Of course, I also get a lot of input from the classroom. In fact, the last year when we're talking about introducing more facilities for students, and I'm sure by now you would have understood what Christ University culture is like. There's so much of dance and music everywhere. And then we from the English department, we had the audacity to tell the management that we need places where students can actually read. And obviously, the answer came immediately. We have the libraries. Why don't they go and read there? And we kept telling them, no, we need something under the tree, like the old Gurukulas and all of that, which, of course, they said, you please find your place and space. We are not questioning anything. And this is the scenario in Christ University. So every time we think about reading culture, our minds also often summon a sepia-toned image of students bent over books and teachers with spectacles and the smell of old libraries and the reassuring silence that precedes thought. But my experience has been in the classrooms today, the reading culture sometimes looks like a student scrolling, highlighting, screenshotting, and then asking ChatGPT, what has the author really meant? And I'm told sometimes ChatGPT is disturbingly right as well. So what does a reading culture really mean to our educational context? I'd like to think of it as, Professor Ravi was saying, as an ecology rather than a habit, and a living environment in which reading becomes not an assignment, but an instinct, where curiosity breathes more freely than compliance. It is not enough to teach reading skills. We need to nurture reader identities. Teaching reading skills is not about decoding, summarizing, analyzing. Nurturing a love for reading is about staying with the text, about letting a book disrupt your timeline and haunt your evening tea. The first produces comprehension, the second produces consciousness. Reading is not merely a linguistic act. It is actually an ethical, affective, and a cognitive one. It builds empathy, it builds global awareness, it builds critical thought, yes, but also the capacity to sit with complexity, to bear ambiguity without panic. There is something that our generation of learners wired for instant resolutions desperately need. So I often tell my students that reading is an exercise in slow cognition. It is a counter-cultural act in a world of scrolling. You might say that in today's attention economy, and I have learned that from my experiences of making those digital sessions. When we first started off, we had made modules for about half an hour. Then looking at the research that had come out and looking at the attention span of our students, we now come out with digital modules that are not less than 15 minutes. So we understand the attention span of the students, and in this attention economy, sustained reading is almost an act of rebellion. And perhaps the rebel reader is our last hope for a thoughtful democracy. The digital shift, of course, is both a blessing and a temptation. We can now access everything from the Rig Veda to Rebecca with a swipe, yet what we gain is in access, we often lose in attention. The question is not whether technology is good or bad for reading, but how can we inhabit it? Can we, for instance, turn Instagram into a literary salon rather than a distraction trap? Can reading groups go hybrid, where annotation happens in the cloud, but discussion happens in the classroom over coffee, if possible? I've seen students who've never touched a printed book fall in love with literature through fan fiction from websites, of course, and I think we need to tap that space. After all, literacy evolves, and perhaps love of reading now needs new habitats. And reading culture to flourish, it needs institutional oxygen, classroom libraries, peer-led reading circles, reading challenges that celebrate joy rather than grades. These are small practices that can grow into intellectual ecosystems. I often dream of the day when reading will no longer be a co-curricular activity, but a coexistential one. That way, we breathe ideas and borrow lives through pages. And of course, I would want the classroom to look at loud reading as a habit. The reason is because when we read somebody else's words and make that into a world in the classroom, we are actually sharing with humanity the concerns of humanity. And I think that is where we actually build empathy. I will stop now, and of course, looking at what others have to say, take up on that. Thank you so much.
That has been so beautifully put in, and I must say, your entire cadence was so poetic that I love the way you talked about the section where you mentioned a journey from comprehension to consciousness. You talked about the capacity to sit with complexity and as an exercise in slow cognition. So these phrases, they really resonate. And I think as educators, we all agree in one form or the other. In fact, this brings me to just, if I want to piggyback on what you mentioned just now. In the morning, I attended one symposium out here, and Dr. Srinivas, I don't know if he's here, he mentioned something very remarkable in terms of reading, because he's a man from the literature background, and that's exactly where it comes from. So, if I may ask one question to you on that, you talked about empathy, right? So, in what ways do you think reading contributes to deeper learning beyond language acquisition, such as empathy, that, as you mentioned, global awareness, and critical thinking?
Right. Now, I'll go back to my creative writing classes. In order to help them write, I also give them some pieces to read. And when they come back, and I might tell them about a global, text, but when they come back to the creative writing class, it is about the local themes, their own surroundings, their culture that they are talking about. And what they essentially do is give voice to the voice that has not been heard. And that, I think, is the strength of my creative writing class and the way in which they read the text and the culture that they come from. Here is where I think, humanity and empathy plays a great role.
That's lovely. Thank you so much. We move on to the next distinguished speaker for this afternoon, Dr. Sharoon. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. And Anupama, I think I'm going to mirror you in many ways and come back to you to tie up that thread as a community and an ecology. I tend to meander in different ways, so I just thought it's easier to keep my 10 minutes if I wrote this down. I'm very, very glad to be here on this panel. Until recently, I coordinated the teacher education program at the university where I teach, and I also teach English. Much of my work revolves around helping pre- and in-service teachers think about language, reading, writing, and of course, learning, not just as skills, but as deeply human experiences. I know our roundtable is organized around a series of guiding questions about what a reading culture means, how it connects to learning, and how we can sustain it in our institutions. My remarks today are a little circuitous, since I'd like to focus on framing how we might think about them, from the long arc of how reading evolved as a human practice to what reading research looks like today in developing contexts, and increasingly in the age of artificial intelligence. I'd like to begin with the story how reading itself began. Reading is the unentangleable twin of writing. both born together in humanity's attempt to make sense of the world. Around the 4th millennia BCE, in Mesopotamia, a few squiggles pressed on clay to represent a goat or an ox, perhaps, changed the course of human history. To be a scribe then was an enormous achievement. If a king could read, he made sure to boast about it in his inscriptions. Ancient Mesopotamians were aware and in awe of this potential that this new form of communication held. Birds were even considered sacred because the marks their feet left on wet ground resembled cuneiform characters. Messages from the gods waiting to be deciphered, perhaps? A scribe had to remember tens of thousands of signs and symbols to decode a text. No wonder this was considered an enormous achievement. When we ask today, what does a reading culture mean? Perhaps we can think of it not only as institutional practices, but as part of this long human impulse to interpret, to listen, and to make meaning. And when we ask, how do we distinguish between teaching reading skills and nurturing a love for reading? The story of these early scribes already reminds us that reading was never only a skill. It was wonder, reverence, imagination, and meaning making. If you think about it, young children learn about the world around them in much the same cuneiform way even today, by tracing, imitating, and interpreting marks and patterns in their environment. Somewhere along the way in the modern world, reading has shifted to the form we know today. In fact, the earliest written texts were meant to be read aloud. The characters were written in a continuous stream to be disentangled by the skilled reader when performing aloud. Punctuation was first used only around 200 BCE and remained inconsistent well into the Middle Ages. The masses were still illiterate and written material reached them through public readings. We continue this tradition. We read aloud to children because we know how foundational that is. For those who assess reading, storytelling and oral fluency remain strong predictors of reading ability later. And reading aloud hasn't waned in popularity, by the way. Think of book clubs, book launches, and literature festivals. We still gather to listen to the spoken word. Reading contributes to deeper learning because it does slow us down. It cultivates reflection and connection. Yet, the privilege of reading is unevenly distributed. The science of reading movement has revealed how complex reading is, how socioeconomic status, language background, and the hegemony of English all shape who learns to read fluently. English itself is deep orthography, unlike others, which are shallow orthography. So English sound-to-letter correspondences are inconsistent. We tell children that letters map to sounds, and then we go around asking them to say words like was, said, did. The result is that more children struggle, particularly those without exposure or resources. So when we discuss how reading connects to empathy or critical thinking, we must also ask, who gets to access the kinds of reading that build these opportunities? Inclusivity in reading is not only about genres or abilities, it's also about language, time, and the space to read. Institutionally, we think of reading and writing in dynamic ways. We foreground reading in our first-year courses as dedicated critical and academic reading courses because we know and understand that reading as a skill continues to be very contested space for young people. We bring texts that communicate to students the diversity, richness, and the many contradictions of our country. We also think of inclusivity for our students with special needs and tailor how the prescribed texts themselves can be simplified so students learn the skills that are necessary for success while at the university. And here's where technology actually really works magic. Reading research from developing countries gives us more perspective. a meta-analysis spanning over 30 low and middle income countries found that literacy interventions do improve outcomes, especially in early literacy, but comprehension gains remain smaller. In other words, children learn to decode before they learn to read. I'll take two anecdotes of just two of my students. One grew up in a family of teachers and writers surrounded by books, journals, and conversations about ideas. The other had no access to books or libraries since she grew up in a remote village in Uttarkashi. Both have gone on to do wonderful things, but their relationship to reading and to what reading meant was shaped by the very different worlds they grew up in. This contrast captures what large-scale reading studies across developing contexts also reveal. As overall proficiency rises, socio-economic gaps often widen. Those with cultural capital, access to print, and family encouragement benefit first and fastest. Those without these supports may technically learn to read, but remain cut off from the world of reading as a lived, pleasurable, and expansive practice. So the challenge isn't only to raise proficiency, but to democratize access to that world of words beyond the textbook, because a reading culture is not inherited automatically through schooling. It is grown, sustained, and shared through a social and material environment that makes reading feel possible and meaningful. Now, in the age of AI, this picture is changing fast. In Ghana, open source AI models are already assessing children's oral reading fluency, matching human raters with remarkable accuracy. In Gujarat, AI-based reading tools have been used by a private organization in thousands of schools to identify struggling readers. These tools are promising. They can democratize assessment, generate storybooks in home languages, and reach children in remote areas, but they also carry risks. When AI tools are available only to those with devices, connectivity, or English proficiency, the same hierarchies deepen. So perhaps our question is not simply, can technology foster reading, but who gets to benefit from it? AI must serve inclusion, not amplify divides. In teacher education, we've seen that a teacher's own reading identity profoundly shapes how they teach. A teacher who reads, who quotes lines they love, who brings stories into lessons, who is curious, models reading as a lived practice. Institutions then build reading cultures not only through book clubs, libraries, and reading drives, but through the everyday presence of teachers who read for joy and reflection. Just this morning, I received a message from a former student. He had attended a creative writing course that I had taught 3 years ago. What better time than now to share this? He wrote, and I'm quoting him quite directly, "I was just beginning 9th grade then, and I'm now going into the latter half of my 12th. I stumble upon I blog on Substack. I stumbled upon your account again, and I realized how much impact your teaching that week had on my life. Not only did I end up taking literature as a higher level subject for my diploma, I also most likely am going to be studying literature and education in college. You kind of taught me the importance of words, whether written or read, in simply enduring the human experience. I'm certain many of you have received similar messages over the years from your students. I share this not as a personal compliment, but as a reminder of something larger, that reading and teaching are profoundly relational acts. We pass on not just skills, but sensibilities, a way of being attentive to words, to others, and to the world. That, to me, is what sustains a reading culture. Many of my students come from tribal communities where traditions are largely oral. Their words are full of stories that are sung, performed, or spoken around, not necessarily written down. I've had to find ways to enact that in my classes too, to honor those ways of knowing, because sometimes reading also means something different. It can mean listening deeply, interpreting gestures, or remembering words passed on in conversation. But these rich oral cultures exist alongside deep material and social inequities. According to the Socio-Economic and Caste Census in 2011, about 45% of tribal households in India live below the poverty line. Economic hardship, along with the pressures of globalization and modernization, has led to the erosion of traditional tribal cultures. The very worlds of language and story that sustain oral reading traditions. To speak of building a reading culture, then, is also to speak of preservation, of ensuring that diverse forms of literacy, oral and written, can coexist and thrive. When we ask, how can educators sustain reading habits, the answer may be as simple as by reading ourselves. Reading is contagious. It spreads through enthusiasm, authenticity, more than through policy or mandate. As academics, we are perhaps unusually privileged in this regard. Our work requires us to read, to write, and to keep thinking. Our reading lives are visible to our students, on our desks, in our lectures, in the stories we share. Many of them tell us that what inspires them is not what we teach, but that we are readers who write. A colleague from the video production team once asked me quite casually, how do you all find the time to read when you have so many institutional responsibilities? I had never thought about it that way, and I suspect many of you haven't either. Reading for most of us is not something we make time for outside of work. It simply blends into our days. It's how we think, reflect, and connect, and perhaps that's the quietest but most enduring way to build a reading culture, by living as readers ourselves. If I could propose one small shift, it would be to rehumanize reading, to remember that behind every score or benchmark is a reader, a learner sitting with a story, forming an image, a connection, an idea. And as we think about how to measure success, perhaps we can move beyond reading scores to reading lives, to the quiet transformations that happen when someone reads not because they have to, but because they want to. I offer these thoughts not as answers, but as provocations, to help us reimagine what building a reading culture might mean in our time. One that is rooted in history, aware of inequities, curious about technology, and ultimately committed to keeping reading a profoundly human act. I'll end with a quote from one of our graduating students this year. Over the past 3 years, pursuing a BSc in biology has been so much more than just learning about cells, ecosystems, and genetics. It's been about understanding how science is deeply connected to society and how the questions we ask in labs can change the world around us. From fieldwork and lab techniques to collaborating across disciplines, every challenge along the way was paired with an opportunity to expand my understanding and shape my own perspectives. These years were full of moments that pushed me to think beyond biology and engage with the world in different ways. Whether it was diving into complex biological concepts, presenting research, or working on media and democracy projects within local communities, I began to understand the importance of blending science with social impact. It wasn't just about the facts, it was about the why behind them and the responsibility that comes with knowledge. One of the most rewarding parts of this journey, though, was the friendships I've formed. We've laughed, debated, and grown together, challenging each other critically, not only about the science, but also about the society we live in. My views on politics and democracy were completely reshaped by the thought-provoking discussions I had with friends who weren't afraid to challenge the status quo. I once thought biology was only about textbooks and labs, but I've learned it's so much more. It's about curiosity, empathy, and persistence. It's about asking the tough questions, whether in the lab or in society, and an understanding that life, in all its complexity and wonder, is key to facing the global challenges ahead. And I think that is very rewarding for us as faculty members at the university because we know we're doing something right. And I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights. I must say that you were very poised when you were sharing the information on the historical examples, how reading culture, I think emerged, and then the wave of reading culture actually flowed in through our civilization of human race and tribe and everything. I really appreciate the point which you made about the privilege of reading is quite unevenly distributed because of our maybe the geographical pockets we are in, the demographical arrangements we are in. True, when you said reading as a skill is a very contested space today, and definitely you added the idea where the teacher modeling is quite crucial for institutions to encourage the reading culture. So on that note, while you were making those points, something really struck me, and something that Dr. Anupama also mentioned. This is a generation of instant gratification. They don't have patience. You talked about attention span, right? So when you talk about the current generation of the crop of students and in high school or in colleges or universities, personally, I know of so many of my own students and across and beyond where they do not prefer or appreciate reading a book. Someone, I think, talked about Rebecca somewhere. Yeah, you mentioned Rebecca. Well, I mean, I remember a couple of years back when I asked a student to read Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, they said, "Sir, I'll watch it on Netflix." So this is something that we see and visualize as a generational shift in our mindset as well. So probably down the line, there's a cultural transcendence happening somewhere where we feel that watching a 2.5-hour Netflix movie or film or the book adaptation would solve my purpose and I would get a gist and a grasp of the material and everything. I don't need to read the book. So on that note, I have a question for you. So how do you think social media can be leveraged creatively to promote authentic reading engagement?
So we had this very interesting activity, and I'll go back to what Anupama was saying as well, that it's not always evil. And we can actually use social media and Instagram and places like that to help students connect with our ulterior motives of what we'd like them to do. We created in one of our reading and writing courses, we created a task where students had to come up with a Facebook page for famous personalities like Genghis Khan, and then Genghis Khan had to become friends with people historically related to his time. And through this, we actually got them to read. And then they came back and they had created these very unique profiles, and a lot of it was not just made up, because it was quite fascinating that they went back, did the research, read what they had to read, and then put these profiles together. So yes, social media can be quite a boon.
It's more like edutainment kind of thing. Okay, that's the portmanteau, fine. Great. So on that note, we move on to the last speaker, a distinguished personality, Dr. Renu. Over to you. Dr. Renu Thotre, over to you.
Okay. I feel I'm going to mirror everyone. So I'll talk from the school's perspective. So when we talk about a reading culture, we are talking about something deeper than teaching reading as a skill. A reading culture means that reading becomes a natural, joyful, and a shared part of life in a school, not just something done for exams or for marks. It's when students, teachers, and even parents see reading as a way to connect, to relax, and to grow. So in my school, or in my context, I would say a reading culture is seen when we do not need to force students to read. They pick up books because they want to. This we do during the library periods. When discussion about books happen in corridors, when children exchange books with friends, and when teachers too share what they are reading, that's when reading truly becomes part of our school's heartbeat. There's a big difference between teaching reading skills and nurturing a love for reading. Teaching skills means focusing on comprehension, vocabulary, and pronunciation. That is important. But nurturing a love for reading means awakening curiosity, imagination, and emotion, and you'll get very few students who develop this. We can teach children how to read, but it's more important to help them want to read. One simple way is to give them the freedom to choose what they read. So we have with us in our school free reading time, where students go to the library, where they have their corners, and they pick up the book that they like. Then reading does much more than improve language. It builds imagination. It builds awareness about the world. Through stories, students can step into another person's life and see the world through new eyes. Reading helps them feel what others feel, and that builds kindness and understanding. While reading a story in our school, we asked the student, what would you do if you were in that character? Or what lesson does the story teach us about life? Now this connects them emotionally. Reading also connects beautifully with other subjects. It's interdisciplinary. When we talk English as a language, but when we have to teach other subjects, they are subjects. So it's very much connective. So if I have to take science, students get connected to different discoveries, different scientists, their autobiographies, their biographies, their work. In history, they read about fiction, the historical character, and likewise the art, the science subject. In maths, they try to solve some word problem, and this sparks curiosity and lead to inquiry. It's when they read, I feel when it's interdisciplinary, when they read something, that sparks the idea, that leads to them to find something new. Extensive reading can take place once they find something that is different, that they have not heard about, and then they go on and research, and then they try to find out books. Now, if we want to create a real reading culture, we must make sure everyone is included. That means giving students books in different languages, levels, and formats, not just English textbooks. Some students might enjoy different type of books, comics. Some are visual readers, some are audio readers. And especially in the age of AI or in the digital shift, many students have gone, they do prefer mobile reading or iPad reading. So how do we work on it? We don't stop them, but then we try to ask them what did they really find new in what they are reading. And we also observe whether they are just scrolling or they are skimming, or they are really focused, they are having focused reading. So yeah, technology can also make reading more exciting if used creatively. Our role as a teacher is to observe them. Our role as a teacher is to model them. If we are voracious reader, they will definitely be one like us. They always imitate us. We are their role model. I'm not saying all the students will turn like us, but they will be, or they may be someone, some bright child who will take that path. What we have done in our school is we have given students the leverage of reading books from the library. We have kept we have kept different genres and have asked them to pick the books that they like. And we give them time to read. And we have told them, you pick anything that you like from that book, and then you try to create your writing. And I'm very happy to share with you all that because of this activity that we did, most of my students have published their books. It is on Amazon. More than 60 students from the entire grade 6 to the 10 have published their books in the Brib Books and on Amazon, and it was really a very inspiring thing for the others. So they also started reading. The only thing they had to do is pick something that they find unique, and then they start thinking on it, and they were supposed to write their story or the entire book that they wanted to. Some went to 28 pages, some went to 100 pages. That is where reading helped them and made them more confident. So yes.
Thank you so much.
And our role as a teacher is to work on it. We have to be with them. We have to, they just want a push, nothing more. They just want a push. They want us to applaud them every time. That makes them very confident, and they work on it. We needn't work on things. Things work on their own.
I think you summed it up, and you spared me a question for you because you've really identified certain elements so beautifully out there. In the interest of time, and so as I have been mentioned, I would throw open the forum to the questions to all of you, to the audience. Do you have any questions? Or do you want to ask something with respect to the reading culture and the pathway to learning? So this is your moment. You can ask, and our panelists will be more than happy to share their expertise and insights on the same. Anyone? If you don't have a question, I have a question for you then. Okay, we have a hand raised.
Sir, I haven't come here to raise any question. I just wanted to say about our Ravi Narayan sir. I am one of a live example that he presented here. I am a student of RIE, South India. So he was our professor there. And some of us are here, present here. And please stand up, RIE students. And we are grateful to our Ravi Narayan sir, and we are fortunate to be a RIEN, and they gave us a very good, that means, they gave us, I dared to come here because of that RIE training, sir. Thank you.
It's so nice. Thank you so much for sharing that, and I think he deserves every moment of the praise. So, well, I have a question for the audience. Yeah, we see another hand raised. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think most of us present here are from literature background, unlike me, whose background is mathematics. So, being present here, you can have a live example like how my teachers have impacted me in love to read, and how I can, being a math specialist, also can become something who says stories for the Anganwadi students, for the primary grades, and who train teachers in both math as well as in English. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yes, sir.
A very good afternoon, sir. It's a really great privilege to listen to Professor Ravi Narayan sir and all the other dignitaries on the stage. Sir, my question is, we are all living in the age of AI. So it's a greater challenge for the teachers, educators, and each one of us to develop the reading culture among the students. So whenever we ask children, oh, okay, I will watch it on the YouTube, or else I will watch it on through other audiovisual aids. So even some of them, they say that we are reading e-books. So the major thing, how should we develop the real reading culture that we had earlier, and we used to love it. But even if we read on the e-books on the screen, but somewhere I don't feel satisfied. So from the learner's point of view, as well as the teacher's point of view, how can we develop the culture of reading? To anyone.
Yeah, Dr. Renu.
So you have asked two things: how to develop the culture of reading for the learners, by the learners, and by the teachers.
Yeah, it's from two perspectives, ma'am. From the students' point of view, yeah, as well as teachers' point of view.
I feel reading culture, when you're talking about reading culture in this digital world, in the world of AI, where everything is online, this can be developed when they are very young. By the school, if this culture is developed at the school level, where they are given certain competition, where they share experiences, where they have reading club, where they take the book, they read, they discuss. When this is cultivated at a young age, I feel they will continue that practice even in this technological world. And I have seen students. There are students who till date prefer a physical book than the digital book, but there are others also who are not very good with physical book. But this is what is seen. A young age learner with the physical book continue to be a young age, continue to be a reader with the physical book. So that has to be cultivated at a very young age. For the teachers, how to develop the culture, and that is very much up to first the teacher's passion. Second, the system, the school system, and the institutional head, how she brings in, how she develops that culture. Does she make it mandatory? Does she create a culture of reading and reading circle for the teachers, keeping time aside, making reading as a goal for them, for their development, giving them credit. So at institutional level, at policy level, if things are done, teachers can turn into avid readers. Not avid readers. If not avid readers, then at least readers.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I saw one more hand over there. Yeah. Do we have the bandwidth to take one more question? Yeah, one last question.
There were 2 sessions on reading. In the morning, there was Srinivasa speaking about high reading, and today, just now, you were talking about reading. And for me, very interestingly, I saw 2 parts missing from this reading. The one thing is that something that help all the students for reading high is their criticism. How they are able to criticize the text that they are reading. Somehow, any discussion on that topic was missing. In India, our school curriculum and even the college curriculum speak very little about criticism. If we do not teach criticism to the students, how are we expecting them to do the higher reading? That is my question to you. And just to point out one more fact, most of the reading today does not happen in mobile, does not happen in the tab. It happens in Kindle and versions something similar to that. There are many others coming up also. So when we say about digital reading, it is not reading on the mobile screen. It is this reading that happens on Kindle. Thank you.
I think you raise a very pertinent point out there, and I was actually about to use that in my concluding statement over here, critical reading. So when you talk about criticism and that fosters and multiplies the essence of reading further. So would anyone, doctor, would you want to take up that question and answer that?
Yeah, I mean, reading and criticism, I mean, it's not an easy thing for many teachers. So, see, what they read right now during the course is all the texts are in English. They read in English. Now, I'd like to see if they can read in their own languages, in multiple languages, or at least in their mother tongue, and get into this criticism. So what happens when they read in other languages? They read Hamlet, they read, for example, Crime and Punishment, they read The Second Coming, but do they read Vaikam Muhammad Bashir? Do they read Girish Karnad, Lankesh? Do they read Jayamohan in Tamil, for example? And then are they able to critique those texts? I think I'll be very much interested if teachers can do that, reading and responding in other languages. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. To wind up, I'll have a quick end note over here. I'll begin with this quick survey where we talk about the reading culture. You know, in 2023, there was a survey taken by Statista which says 46% of the Americans didn't read a book at all. When the global response was taken, how many books did you read in 2023 and 24? 4% of the people read no books at all. I'm talking about the global population. 32% of the population read only about 1 to 5 books. 18% of the population read somewhere between 6 to 10 books. 19% of the population read somewhere around 11 to 20 books. This is the yearly count. And just 27% of the overall the global population read more than just 20 books. So that is quite alarming when we consider the way the reading, the lexile levels, the lexile pace of people and the comprehension skills, comprehension to consciousness levels are plummeting. So on that note, a quick understanding, the roundtable discussion today, kudos to all the 4 distinguished panelists and speakers over here on the reading culture, a pathway to learning, explored the multifaceted nature of reading, highlighting its role in fostering critical thinking, empathy, and connection. The key themes included reading as a countercultural act, the importance of teacher modeling and institutional support, and the need to make reading more accessible and inclusive. The discussion also touched upon the transformative power of reading from comprehension to consciousness and the value of slow cognition in today's fast-paced world. Ultimately, the conversation celebrated reading as a pathway to learning, growth, and self-discovery. Thank you all for being here, for having us, and for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and all the discussants for that enriching and inspiring conversation. We are truly grateful for the insights you've shared and for reaffirming why reading remains at the heart of education and critical thinking, even in this fast-changing world. Let's give them a warm round of applause for this engaging session. I would now like to invite Dr. Shravan Kumar, National Head of ELTAI and Professor and Dean at K.R. Mangalam University, to present the moderator and speakers with token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again to the moderator and the speakers. We'll now take a short tea break. Refreshments are available outside the main auditorium. After the break, we'll move into our paper presentation sessions, which will be held in parallel venues. Please check the program schedule to find your respective rooms and session timings. Before we close for the day, a quick reminder for all the chapter heads. There will be an ELTAI chapter heads meeting from 6 to 7 p.m. at the KE auditorium. We request you to kindly assemble there on time. Enjoy your tea break, and we will see you shortly for the paper presentations. Thank you.